Are you Elizabeth?
Yes.
All right, we're going now.
Good morning. Today is June 30th. Opening the meeting of the Aransas County Appraisal Review Board. It's 8:27. Mr. Secretary, do we have a quorum?
Yes, we do, Madam Chairman. We have.
Thank you very much. Okay, we're going to commence a hearing on account number 2021-1682. I'm sorry, that's the case number. Account number 67385, 104 Boardwalk Avenue in Lockport. Being recorded. Need to verify what we're protesting.
It's an online submission, and we're protesting Q1 incorrect appraisal, market value, and Q2 appraisal value exceeds median level of appraisal.
Bear with us for a few moments. We're going to read through some material and ask you a couple questions. Okay, thank you. We have the Appraisal Review Board that will be hearing your protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience. The survey may be completed using the survey form and email to pdad.communications@cpa.texas.gov or online at surveymonkey.com or survey ARB. The survey is voluntary. We'd love to have you complete it, if you would, before you leave. You have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. We'll be making the determination today, and then documentation of that determination will be mailed to you by mail. In accordance with Tax Code Section 41.45H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. Have you submitted all of your information?
Yes.
ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing an affidavit to that effect. And I'll start with Kathy Hoffman, who solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Scott Wagger, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Bill Duff, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
Yeah, that's right.
Kathy swearing.
Oh, I'm sorry. Bring yourself.
I request to solemnly swear affirm the testimony shall present to the appraisal review board is true and correct.
The information that you presented was presented on the board, so you have to see.
Okay.
License or certificate from the Texas Appraiser Licensing and Certification Board. Thank you. Okay, you have a chart in front of you. That's a list of times that I will conduct this hearing. And you have the right to choose whether you'd like to go first or whether you'd like the district to go first.
The district.
We'll go first,
The district can go first.
right?
Okay, this is a house located at 104 Boardwalk, which is a small neighborhood across from the airport in Live Oak Point Tracks kind of area there. That very zoomed in picture. Let's let you guys see where this is at here.
Oh, this is in the boardwalk.
Yes, so it's right there, there's a neighborhood right there. That little gated neighborhood. Not a lot of homes, less than 15 homes probably, something like that. Okay, this is one of them. It's at 104 Boardwalk. Q1 and Q2 are both under protest, so we'll look at the sales grid. Count number one is 105 Boardwalk, the house next door. sold for $440. In July of 20, it's same class, slightly smaller and slightly older, but not really enough to have any bearing one way or the other. Gives an indicated value of $410. Comp number 2 is 102 Boardwalk, sold in August of 2020 for $358. This home is 400, 500 square feet smaller, but the same class. The age is perfectly fine. There's really no difference, just a few years. Gives an indicated value of $369. And then 49 Old Cottage Beach. One of the homes that's a sale in Old Cottage Beach was used. This was sale for $410 September of 2020. It's the same class, but it's half the size. Sold for $410. Indicated value $410 on the sales comparison approach. As far as equity, again, these are not sales, they're just other houses, all of them in the Boardwalk, and what do the numbers say and when we compare other homes. So you can see the first two comps are 6 minuses also. They have about the same square footage, same year. Very small adjustments, very minor adjustments being made to any of this stuff. Comps 3 and 4, same story, same class, nearly the same square footage. Yeah, everything in here is pretty uniform. Gives a median equity value of 404. And that's it.
Okay, you have 2 minutes to offer cross-examination, and then 5 minutes to make your presentation, so I'll give you 7 minutes total.
Okay. First of all, on the sales comps, I wanted to point out that those first two houses sold fully furnished, so I think that probably affected their sales. So I don't know how to value that, but I would say it has something built into the prices for two entirely furnished homes. And then on the third sales comp for Cottage Beach, I could not get that math to come up the same. Can you show the third number 3 column? When you take the land number and the class and the effective year built, and then add them with the rest of the numbers, I don't get 48,519 to add back to it. I get negative. Am I wrong? I checked it about 7 times.
Ray, you want to answer that?
It's very possible that the reason that the number's not coming up is because there are neighborhood adjustments that are not part of the calculation. That's
Well,
possible.
if you're gonna use those numbers should add up.
Well,
So
we can try it.
understand.
We can try it. I don't know. I mean, I don't mind doing it.
Because I get 391, 289.
For the indicated value.
Yes.
Again, this is not anything that we manipulate. So if there's an error in here, it's a software error. But what are you adding? Are you starting at 38,720, the negative?
38,720, and then the 11,810, the 2805, and then down there to the 34,624, which is that sum.
I don't know. I don't have a good answer. If it doesn't add up, I wouldn't know why.
Well, it pops the value of that home down to 391, 289.
Instead of 458.
Right.
391 instead of 458.
Right.
Scott, do you know the first number there, the 34,624, that's just that segment, that's just the living space segment, right?
I'm sorry, I'm not seeing what you're saying.
Well, you know where it
Oh,
says segment adjustment total?
Yes, it's just the summation of everything but the 38.
So it's starting at the 6FB
Yes,
minus, and then it's adjusting all the way down to the PDO.
yes.
So it's taking 11,810 and a negative number there. And it should come up to 34,624, right?
I believe you add all of those up to the 34,624 possibly, but not the 6FB minus adjustment.
That's gonna affect the median market value, obviously.
But the adjustment difference is what you're saying is it's the difference between the boardwalk
Yeah.
neighborhood and the Old Cottage Beach
Beach.
neighborhood. It's just not shown on the grid.
That's what I was afraid of. So like the screen, like I was saying, the issue here, and it's really software, and I mean, it's okay to complain about it, we complain about it, is this neighborhood, this boardwalk neighborhood and this Old Cottage Beach neighborhood, we're manipulating them as neighborhoods outside of normal calculations. We're making the numbers go up or down.
Oh, believe me, I've seen that. I've seen this based on 130% on
Yes.
mine, but
Yes.
if it's not on this list, how the hell am I supposed
Two
to
different
compare
animals.
things? I mean,
Yeah.
we're looking for a median
One's on the water.
and the numbers don't add
I was
up.
on the airport.
Yeah, it's a problem.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, if the numbers don't add up, I'm not gonna sit here and tell you that they do. But I believe it's the adjustment.
What was your number, Elizabeth? 340 what?
My number was 391, 289.
391, 390.
391, 289.
Which, for the record, would create a new median value.
Yes.
That would be the median value. That would be the number between the other two comps now.
Okay. Did you understand that? So the new median value
Yes, I
would be that
understand.
number.
I understand.
And what was that number again? 389?
390.
391, 289.
289.
Thank you.
You can continue.
Okay, it's, well, that's the only question I had about his, but what I did with I looked at some more properties because really wasn't very many properties to compare. And there was another home in my neighborhood that sold, 101 Boardwalk sold too. And, I don't know, do you want to go to my evidence?
Yes.
Okay, it's a
Yes. Would you bring that up?
So that first column is the one where I recalculated. And then I compared 101 Boardwalk and 2 Old Cottage Beach and 25 Old Cottage Beach. One Green Cottage Beach and I did 2. So it just gives you more properties to compare with some lower numbers. And then go to the next page. And I did the same thing for the equity with the other neighborhoods. I put back in with some of the neighborhoods, some of the houses that weren't included in the first list. And that has some lower numbers too. So let's go to the next page. So I was coming up with some new medians based on adding some information.
Okay, anything else on that?
Yeah, there's a few more pages.
Sure.
Scroll to the next one. I just grabbed the change in appraised value of most of the houses in my neighborhood, and mine is that dotted line. It's like it went up when I bought it, it went down a little bit, and then it's like it's just going exponentially up, 18% this year. I don't know why mine's going up 18%. When you look at the other two that go up, it's the ones that just sold. In fact, here's one of the ones that just sold 101 didn't go up at all this year, which I find amazing. So 101 there is 0% increase, which is really interesting.
Saying 101 sold,
Yeah, 101 sold.
what is it? Let's see what
That was the increase for 101 last year. This is the increase this year. And then 2 had sold and 5 had sold. Mine didn't sell this year. I got nailed back here and here. So it's like, I don't understand why mine's continuing to go up a higher rate. Go to the next page, please. That's just comparing some of the increases, and that's mine at the top, the biggest increase. There's the one at the bottom, 0. I'm just kind of saying what's going on. And most people's land prices went down, just the land square footage. And mine went up. And I mean, I know mine's lower, but I would like to point out, I am on the highway. I am next to the airport. When it rains, that water comes off the highway down into my yard. So there are a few things to consider when you're on the outer edge of that property. It's a little different from being in the inner part of the neighborhood. Next page. And I was just looking at the value of other land along there, and I know it's a different neighborhood, and I know it's a different situation, but it's still very desirable properties, and all along the front edge, and you can go all the way up 35 and do this. It sure is less expensive if you're not in a little neighborhood. So I think that's an odd differentiation there. And the next page. That's the backyard of my house on occasion. It just kind of, there's no ditch outside that fence. And I've been told that you're not allowed to place a ditch outside that you can improve the drainage.
Is that coming from the highway?
Is that on the highway side?
Yeah. And the next page.
Utility users.
I'm just looking at the price per square foot of some of the houses in my neighborhood. And this, I was just ballparking a number. If you use something between those numbers and did my property, land, and what it was valued at last year, that's what I came up with. I know that looks low, but it's just me pushing some numbers. So that's all I have to present.
So your number is 358
Yeah.
or something, or 30.
Just a second. Okay.
Okay, Ray, you have 2 minutes for cross-examination and 2 minutes for rebuttal.
So, just to try to give some answers, not so much to the review board, but I think that the screen has questions. The land that you compared with the other live oak point tracts, those are on different tables. And the larger square footage part, it creates a very different per square foot number. That's just an economy of scale. So it's difficult to compare the lots within Boardwalk to the land within the live oak point tracts on a per square foot basis. Because nothing inside Boardwalk compares in size. So the price per square foot, it's more expensive per egg for a half a dozen eggs than it is for a dozen egg kind of thing. It's what applies here. So there's just a different table being used for us to, if we use the Boardwalk table to value the live oak point tracts land, the live oak point tracts land would run away on us high. It'd be hundreds of thousands of dollars too high. So we have different tables. The second thing is we're adjusting your land at 80% good because of the proximity to the highway. We know about the cell you brought up, the first cell there on the right when you come into the neighborhood, the one that's sold on the right. We know about that cell. We probably should have comped that cell instead of the Old Cottage Beach. We don't like comping outside of neighborhoods because of what you just said. It's actually completely appropriate in appraisal to comp outside of the neighborhood. Everybody does it. But because of what you pointed out, we know that the software doesn't handle, it actually does the math correctly, but it doesn't display the math correctly. It's a beef we have. We're not happy about it. It's very odd to say this, but our software isn't really robust. It's a SQL software. It doesn't display the data correctly. And if we ask them to, they just tell us, too bad, so sad. There's not a thing that we have in there. So it's a dilemma for us. You did a good job. I mean, you're the first person that's pointed it out in a long time. It's actually, it took me a second because I had just gotten used to it. It took me a second to be like, oh yeah, that is a thing. Because it's something that we fussed about, but it's been years. Really after the hurricane probably is when we started fussing about it and getting told no. But you did a great job pointing it out. I don't know what the value that we're gonna say at this point is $391. That's what I'm gonna say. I'm not gonna go to the other number. I'm just gonna say I think the value is $391. You're welcome to say the value is $358, and then these guys get to figure out what they want to say the value is. But, I like what you've done. I guess the only other thing I would say to you is in your evidence, the taxpayer evidence, the first sheet, which is a spreadsheet, is that a pull of our data, or is that you doing something?
I can't pull from your data like that, or
Well,
I don't know how. But no, it's me ballparking it based on the other properties, trying to pick a property that's about the same age and.
And you did all
comparing
these,
it.
you did all this calculation here?
Yes.
Good job.
Howard.
Honestly, yeah, I mean, seriously, you did a good job. I don't even know, I mean, for all I know, these numbers may not even add up, but it just in general. But in general, you
Depends on her.
did a good job. I mean, I can, I do this a lot, so I could say like, I appreciate what you're doing.
Well, I was trying to understand it,
No,
trying to
Right,
understand
no,
it.
I know that. And that's why I say I appreciate your approach to this. I think it's a good approach. So that's probably all I have. I can answer questions if necessary.
I just have one.
Yeah.
What was the sale price of 101?
Like 330, 338 or something like that.
That's equivalent to her property.
Well, we don't hold that house in high regard here. We don't believe that the way that Boardwalk is, we think that it's the poorest house in the neighborhood, on the poorest lot in the neighborhood. It used to actually be Jim Nelson's garage. He had a garage on
The
that
garage
lot.
was the first thing. they
Yeah,
asked.
and then he built a house around it. And in our opinion, he didn't do it right. He simply didn't build it right. And the whole neighborhood is great. And so that's why that comp's not there. When we see that comp, we're like, get that thing out of our data. It's silly in this neighborhood. But it's perfectly good for her to bring that up. There is no reason for her to not say, why didn't you use this one? And it's okay for us to say, we don't like it. That's just the nature of this job.
Okay, where are we?
2 minutes for the protester rebuttal.
Well, I have, not so much a rebuttal as a question, is that we did sign up for a homestead and the age 65 thing, and I'm just not sure when that takes effect or how it takes effect.
What was your first year on that? Is it this year, 2020 or
We put the forms in 2020.
2020? So last year it calculated also? And then this year it's
Well,
calculated?
that's kind of what I'm saying, I don't know, and my
It's
husband turned,
indicated that she has.
Yeah, it should be there. Let me just see
and my
which,
husband turned 65 this year, so So I'm not clear on it since I haven't.
Okay, so you have a 2-year window. 21 is gonna be 1 year and 22 is gonna be the other year. And then it's gonna pick the lower of the 2 levies. Not the lower of the 2 market values, but the lower of the 2 levies. So an example, one thing, it's very possible that the tax rate this year will go down because the value has went up. So it's possible that this could be a good year to calculate for you. I mean, it's kind of like luck.
Okay,
But-
I'm just trying to understand.
But that's what happens, is it calculates twice and then picks the lower of the 2. Of the levy, that's the key thing for you, is you really want to look at your bill and say, okay, that's what my bill was. And then if your bill is higher than next year, you will not calculate on the higher bill. You will have the lower levy for here on it.
Ray, you have a minute to close?
I know, I'm good, I've said enough.
Okay, ma'am, you have a minute to close as well.
I think I said enough too. I'll put it in your hands.
Okay, it's time for our deliberation.
Did we take into consideration anywhere the flooding?
We're multiplying, we're counting her land at 80% good. That's our.
That's counting the flooding and the location.
I think that was, to be completely honest, I don't know so much flooding as much as the
Okay.
location. The location, she's right on the fence in Highway 35.
So that 80% probably covers the flooding and the.
It's just covering it's a deficient lot compared to the rest of the neighborhood.
High shape, so it's.
Yeah, it's got issues, you know. I mean, normally for road noise, we would take 20% off. But in this case, the land's a little expensive in there, we wanted to bring it down.
My number is 374,706.
Basically.
Basically,
And that one
It's a-
came
it's-
from,
her number and the district's number, and
I
just
guess
the middle of it, because she did a great job. There's a lot of
you
work put in.
did.
And I think the numbers are a little bit skewed because of the old Cottage Beach comparisons with the boardwalk, which is apples and oranges. Even appropriately adjusted, they're apples and oranges. One's on the water, one's on the airport.
Yeah, I'm good with that. I did 377, but 372 is fine.
Okay, then. Want to make a motion?
Okay, I'll make a motion that on case number 2021-1682, account number 67385, with respect to Q1 incorrect appraisal market value and Q2 appraisal ratio exceeds median level of appraisal, that we adjust the 2021 market value down from 404,900 to 374,700.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, your new number is
Sorry.
374,700. You will get information in the mail, as I said, that tells you exactly what we've done here today.
So do I need to accept that or
If
indicate
you
something?
choose to not accept it, it will tell you in the remedies to go ahead and proceed if you want to go further.
All right. Is that it?
That's it.
Okay, well, thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Have a great day. Have a great Fourth.
You too.
Next one's gonna have 2 accounts and then on the phone.
Okay.
We're gonna start with 1281. I'll say,
Oh, and you might need that and need that.
I didn't put this, what's the next number?
1281.
It's the first one on page one.
So it's 1281, probably 1188, I guess. Yeah. Oh,
It's 1281 and 1282. It's the first two on page one. This is by telephone.
Yes.
so can we do that thing where we swear in once on two accounts? I guess?
She didn't give me anything.
But yes, like we did
So the
yesterday.
answer is yes.
Let's keep doing that, that was great.
It
We're gonna do the thing
cuts a
where we
lot.
swear in for both.
This one?
Yeah. So we're gonna swear in for 1281 and 1282, right?
Yes.
Really streamlined things.
Are you ready? It's gonna be Melissa Collins. Light off.
Sure. Thanks.
Hello.
Hello, is this Melissa Collins?
Yes, it is.
Okay, this is Kathy Hoffman with the Appraisal Review Board. Good morning. Good morning. How are you today?
Pretty good.
Good. Okay. Well, we're going to go through some information first before we start debating your protest. So if
Okay.
you bear with me for a few minutes, I'm going to read some material and then ask you a couple questions.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, this hearing is being recorded. We are protesting, or you are protesting, which account, which numbers?
2021-1281 case, that's the case number, account number 48963. And case number 2021-1282, account number 8820584. These are online submissions. And the protest is on Q1, incorrect appraisal value, and Q2, appraisal value exceeds median level of an appraisal, and that's applies to both protests.
Thank you.
Melissa,
Yes.
we're going to start with account 48936 of your two
Okay.
accounts, okay? We are the appraisal review board that will be hearing your protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest.
Okay.
Controller's office provides an electronic survey for you to offer feedback about your experience today that may be accessed at the appraisal district office or online at surveymonkey.com/r/survey ARB. The survey is voluntary, but we would appreciate it very much if you would complete it.
Okay.
Thank you. In accordance with, you have the right to appeal our decision, and appeal information will be provided to you with our determination.
Okay.
In accordance with tax code section 41.45H, all written material that is not provided at this time must be provided. Have you submitted all of your material?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. The ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing affidavits to that effect. And I'll start with Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with an individual in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Bill Duck, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F pertaining to case number 1281 and 1282.
Okay, right?
I, Ray Plessy, do solemnly swear and affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board is true and correct, and this is for case number 2021 and 1281 and 1282.
Okay, all testimony from witnesses must be given under oath. I'm assuming you understand you are under oath for the duration of this hearing.
Okay.
Thank you. You hold a license or certificate from the Texas Appraiser Licensing and Certification Board?
No.
Okay, you have in front of you the page that was sent to you with the times on how we conduct this protest?
Yes.
Okay, great. All right, then you have the opportunity to choose whether you'd like to go first or whether you'd like the appraisal district to go first.
I'll go first. As far as 48936, there is a $13,950 in improvements for an additional IMP. I'm not sure what that is, but for that one, I believe that 40 to 48,000 should be the assessed value. And For the other one,
We're just conducting the first one at this time.
oh, okay, well then that's
We'll
all I
get to
have
the
on
second,
that
we'll
one.
get to the second one after we complete this one.
Okay,
Do you want to continue?
oh, that's all I have on that one.
Okay, Ray, you have 2 minutes for cross-examination, 2 minutes for presentation, or 5 minutes for presentation. I'll give you 7.
All right, we'll go to the picto here and let you guys see where we're at.
Yeah, I'm a little confused.
Rabbit Run is a road that runs perpendicular to the bypass and Business 35 out in Aransas. So that's the bypass right there, and Business 35 is that way. And there's Rabbit Run. Rabbit Run is right here. And there's roads like Adolfo, Longoria, Banny, Moore. They all run perpendicular to the bypass. Then the Aransas Pass zip code. Most of them are anyways. Okay. This particular property has 2 double wides on it, it looks like.
No, it has one.
1 double wide on it. So
From my understanding, there used to be one on the back side of the property that burnt down years ago. That was before I took ownership, so I'm not too sure on when exactly. I just know it was years ago.
burnt. Okay, yeah, we have a picture of it. It was still there as late as January of this year. Almost the end of January, actually. It was still there. But yeah, no worries. We see it. It's burnt. And then there's a double wide up front, right?
Yes.
Okay. And this was a purchase also this year?
Yes.
So the appraisal district, the data that we have was that the purchase was for about 280.
Yes.
Okay. Right off the bat, if you look at our card, you're going to see something that's incorrect. And it is this number right here. That 2 should be a 1. There should be 1 utility package on that property. The thing in the back may have a septic tank, you know, associated, but it's okay. It's just okay. They're using 1 thing there, and we can move on from that. One of the things you'll notice in the sales grid, we're not going to be anywhere near this purchase price. But something you'll notice is that this is basically a land protest really with 1 utility package on it. You'll notice this indicated price per square foot of these comps. So the indicated price per square foot of the comp that's right here that's sold is $1.80 and we're at 29 cents. And then the sale on Jacoby is indicated price per square foot of 48 cents and we're at 29 cents. And then sale on Moore, which is all in the same area, indicated price per square foot of 38 cents and we're at 29 cents. The median value for this land is actually $100,000 and we're at $62,000. So go ahead and scroll down. And then the median value that comes out for equity is 60. It's the same number because it's on the same land table. So that's it.
So is this one of those deals where the land should be, there's a box that should be checked to compare the 2 pieces?
No, not in this case. It's the other account is it doesn't have land associated with it. The other account is improvement only.
Yeah, but there is improvement on this account.
The utility package goes with the land.
Okay.
Got it,
Yeah.
got it.
All right.
Is that what the 13,950 is?
It should have been half of that. There should have just been, it should be that number divided by 2.
Okay. Well then, I mean, that would be more like what I'm thinking it's probably worth, is 40 to 48,000.
Well, actually, it'll take it down to about 55 or 54 or something like that. But it's like halfway between the 2, something like that.
Okay, Melissa, you have 2 minutes for cross-examination and 2 minutes for rebuttal.
Uh-huh. I would just say that, I mean, I believe it's worth 40 to 48. Yes, the 55 gets us closer to that, but I mean, I just don't see 13,950 in improvements. And there is no additional improvement or whatever that is of the legal description where it says additional IMP. I haven't done any improvements since I've moved in. I mean, like I said, the trailer that burnt down, I don't know when that happened, but I mean, I'm looking more in the 40 to 48,000 range.
So the additional IMP is a way for in the legal descriptions for you to know that a real property has an additional account.
I'm sorry, what was that?
The additional IMP in the legal description, you go into the card, Scott, so that the board can see. That is a way for people to know, either at the tax office or an appraisal district or an insurance company or mortgage company. It's right here. It's a way for them to know that this real property account, which is the dirt, has an additional account. That is the improvement. It's an additional improvement account, which is your next protest. You're going to protest that.
Okay.
So that's what that's saying.
Thank you for explaining that.
Yeah.
But I'm still in the 40 to 48,000 range.
That's fine. And the truth is I'm still at the 62,000 range. I was just being agreeable to take one of the utility packages off, because the reality is there probably is a septic tank in the back that's not being used, and it does hold value. The reality is that we're nowhere near your purchase price when you combine your real property account and your mobile home account. We're probably going to be $100,000 underneath what you purchase. And in the state of Texas, we're supposed to be at 100% of that number. So,
Oh, wow.
yeah. So the appraisal district is going to get dinged for this, essentially. And I can prove that your land is worth nearly $100,000 by itself. So, yeah, I'm at 55. Or whatever that number comes out to when you take off the other GP.
Okay, Melissa, you got anything else right now?
I guess I could agree that 55 is fair.
Okay, Ray, do you have,
No, I'm good.
okay. And Melissa, you have a minute for closing if you need it.
No, I'm fine, thank you.
Okay, so it's our time.
All right, so we're taking off one TP from the 13,950.
55,755.
What is it?
55,755. 750. There you go.
Okay. I'm in agreement with that.
Okay, so I'll make a motion on case number 2021-1281, account number 48936, with respect to Q1 incorrect appraisal market value and Q2 appraisal ratio exceeds median level of appraisal, that we lower the 2021 appraised market value from 62,730 down to 55,750.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, Melissa, you understand what we did?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You will get information in the mail, which shows you what our determination was. If you choose to dispute that, it will give you information there in the package you get as how to do that.
Okay.
Okay, and we would appreciate it if you complete the survey after we complete your second course, your second protest.
Okay.
All right, we're going to be opening hearing on account number or case number 2021-1282, account number 882054, which is 623 Rabbit Run Road in Aransas Pass. And what are we protesting?
Protesting Q1 incorrect appraisal market value and Q2 appraisal ratio exceeds median level of appraisal. And this is from an online submission.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Yes, sir.
Okay, then we'll continue with the strictest signing for this, we sign for both of them.
We sign it for both.
Yes.
Melissa, you can either choose to go first or let the district go first.
I'll go first again.
Okay,
This one, I just had, some repairs done with the regards to the water, issues I've been having, but there are tons more repairs that need to be made. So on this one, I feel, 50 to 60,000 would be more of what I would believe it would need to be assessed at. I've uploaded all the images for the damages as well as, like a little fish bowl that shows the, water, along with the flooding. And I mean, there's several items that need to be addressed and fixed here. So I'm looking more in the $50,000 to $60,000 range. And that would be all I have on that one.
okay, if you give us a minute, we're gonna bring up your pictures on the screen here. Do we have them?
Okay.
They're not entered in a way that they can be brought up.
You have to look at them on your tablet.
So the flooding issue is plumbing issues in the house.
No, the flooding is the rainwater flooding issues.
Oh, it comes up in the house.
It comes up under the foundation of the house.
Okay.
There's one photo that, it just looks like a big hole. That's actually where it's coming up.
Okay, does she want one?
Yeah, we're still at 3 minutes.
Melissa, you still have 3 minutes if you have anything else you want to add.
No, that's fine. Thank you.
Okay. Ray,
Yeah, you have 2 minutes for cross-examination and 5 minutes for presentation, so you just 7.
Let's just go straight to the sales grid, and everybody knows where this is at. Since we just did the real property, let's go look at the sales grid. All right, so comp number 1 is the subject. Sold for $279. We have 148 on it. Gives a median value. You'll notice it's going to subtract the land out of the grid. That's because it's on its own separate account as an improvement. So it's going to remove that land every time. When you remove the land, you notice that the indicated value of the mobile home is $217,000. That data point is why you see the appraisal district struggling with this kind of data. We're not interested in valuing a mobile home at $200,000, but it is a difficult thing for us. And again, it's not an outlier. When you look at the next comp at Walker Road, this is a $200,000 purchase this year on a double wide. You notice that when it pulls the land out, it says that double wide is worth $142,000. You'll notice that it is almost 1,000 square feet different in size than the subject. Interestingly, saying that if you added 1,000 square feet to this other purchase, you'd be pretty close to $200,000 again. So now we're looking at something that's possibly not an outlier. It's very odd. Comp number 3 is on Sawyer, gives an indicated value of $110,000 for a mobile home when it removes the land.
I have completely different numbers on mine.
you're sitting here in the right account.
I wonder.
482.
Yeah, I'm 482.
I don't know. It's weird. I noticed that there were several things scanned into this
Yeah,
account.
it's here.
Oh, well, I was under taxpayer
Another one,
evidence.
yeah, I noticed that.
And the comp one, comp two's comp sales from the district shows 102,479 for Rabbit Run sale, and 908 Jacoby, I have 129,080 as the adjusted,
I saw that other
which
thing in here and I didn't know what to think of it.
Yeah, I have the same numbers as.
I was scratching my head on that, and I forgot that I hadn't moved over to your presentation yet, but
Oh, I think the problem here is that someone scanned in the stinking land grid.
That's the land, that's the
That's the
land.
previous
that's the
account
land grid.
scanned into this account also.
oh, God.
The ACAD evidence one is the appropriate one.
Okay.
But yeah, no, that's fine, that's a good catch, because that was confusing. I don't know why that other data is there. The equity, you'll notice that we don't even prove it, we're like $700 off. And the reason that you've got this equity grid and this sales grid, and they're saying two different things, is what you're seeing that the appraisal district made zero corrective action on mobile home values. So the equity grid is still referring to data that is unchanged. And the sales grid is showing you what the market is doing with mobile homes. So that's why there's such a vast difference between the two. I probably should have stood up after that. That's all I have.
Okay, Melissa, you have 2 minutes for cross-examination and 2 minutes for rebuttal if you need to take that.
Okay, I would just point out, I don't know if the sales grid, those are new mobile homes that were placed there or ones with pre-existing conditions, as I would say for mine, but mine does have some damages. As you can see from the images, there's the water issues. So I'm still stuck between the 50 to 60,000. I mean, I could probably even go as much as 65 on the value itself, but I mean, without it being a new mobile home, it is used, there are damages. That's where I would be stuck on mine. And that'll be all.
Okay, Ray, you got 2 minutes for rebuttal.
So my rebuttal is that in our grids, one of the mobile homes is older, one of the mobile homes is in fact new. Right here, that's a new mobile home. You can see it says 2020 on there, the one on Sawyer. Oddly enough, that was the cheapest one sold. So 2015, 2018, subject's 2018, that is the subject. So the appraisal district would stand pat at 85 on that value. And that's my closing too. If you guys need anything, you can ask, but if not, I'm done.
Okay, Melissa, you have a minute for closing if you need it.
I have no closing, thank you.
Okay, so this is our time.
The 85, 234.
Either that or call it, since it's sort of under construction, call it 80%. Good.
She's already so much smaller than the other. RVs, mobile homes that they gave, that is comps.
Yeah, mobile homes are so, used mobile homes are so iffy as far as how do you put a value on it? Is it really worth $100,000? I don't know.
Right.
Yeah, I'd go with 85 to 30 just because it is so much lower, and in fact, it's even lower than it was last year, so.
Make a motion.
Okay, I move that on case number 2021-1282, account number 8820584, with respect to Q1, incorrect appraised market value, and Q2, appraisal ratio exceeds median level of appraisal, that we slightly lower the 2021 appraised value from 85,980 to 85,230.
Second.
All in favor?
I'm opposed.
Okay, Melissa, you understand what we reduced it to?
85, what was the last three numbers?
230.
Okay,
And I said earlier, you will receive information in the mail if you want to dispute this, and also it will give you an indication of what we just discussed today.
all right, well, thank you all very much.
Okay, you're very welcome. Have a good day.
Have a good day.
You too, bye-bye.
Yeah, I'm not sure I could have seconded that and then still been opposed to it, but,
Oh, you really are opposed to it.
yeah, that's what I said, I'm opposed. So, yeah, I'm not sure if I
All
should
right,
have
well,
seconded.
then let me record indicate that regarding this case, account number 88205884, that we were 2 in favor and 1 nay.
Okay.
There's nobody else. I guess I don't know if I can second or not.
I guess you have to in that case.
What's that?
I didn't realize you were opposed.
Oh, yeah.
But in terms of the motion, whether Kathy would have to second it in that case.
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
I don't
Really
know.
not
I
sure.
don't know. We've never defined
Why the chairman-
exactly what you can and can't do.
Why the leader doesn't.
Yeah.
Can't second something, yeah. Since you're making the motions.
You got any more?
I don't know where Beth is. That's what I was just doing. She might be.
I don't know if it's usually it's an issue of can't. I think it's that usually they don't. I don't know that you can't do it.
I don't know.
I mean,
what
because like
Robert's
there would be,
rules-
I mean, when you only have 3 of you, that's, I mean,
If-
if you moved and you didn't second it and she couldn't, okay, so then you would have to come up with a motion and then you move it and he doesn't second it,
Yeah,
then you're at an impasse.
yeah,
Yeah.
right.
What do you do?
You gotta
I
do
mean,
something.
yeah, what do? You just go, well, I want this number, and I
Well, I
can't make,
begrudgingly seconded it because it was like.
So-
I don't
so
want to create
I just don't know where you go. I mean, like, because, you got to do something.
Yeah, and I don't know what you,
Technically, she's not the chairman, she is the leader, in this case. Charlie will always be the chairman because that's his position, but,
I think they just don't my opinion, I believe they don't generally second it because they've got a lot of other things going on and they're keeping track of what's happening and that sort of thing and making sure that there is a second and that sort of thing. And that's why they're not doing it, I think is generally why that's the case.
but as the new guy, I don't.
Yeah, I don't
Beyond me to.
know that
question all this.
exactly, yeah.
Get involved in that yet.
yeah, I mean, luckily we normally have like 5 here, but I was wondering when if we had 4 and it was a 2-2, what do you do? Like tie goes to the rudder kind of
We've
thing.
never had that.
Yeah, I
You have
know,
to,
I know.
You have to hash it out.
Yeah.
You absolutely have to make a decision.
We have to hash
I
it
would
out
think
like
that
a
would be
like a little
absolutely
jury,
true.
could do the same thing, so.
It's kind of stinks maybe, if it ever does kind of come down to that. One person's gonna have to join the other side.
Yeah, right.
I was on, that's the way it works.
Yeah,
It's part of negotiation.
Yeah, it
Somebody
is,
has
yeah.
to give.
Yeah.
Or you end up in another venue.
I don't see any other sign-ins for the 8:30,
Okay.
so we might be done with the 8:30 docket, from
Okay.
what I can tell.
And do we have stuff for 10, you think?
There hasn't been anybody sign in yet for 10.
So I was on a federal jury. This was different. I was on a grand jury at one time, but this was a federal jury. And it was a illegal alien smuggling thing, right? And the Border Patrol had, and this is on Highway 77, north of the Sarita checkpoint. And they were out there with, FLIR, infrared stuff and so on. And they observed this pickup truck or 2 pickup trucks that were going south on 77 and went down about a mile and then did a U-turn and came back up 77. And then, guys ran out of the brush, piled into this back of this pickup and took off up 77, and they got pulled over, right? And it was a little complicated because of the people involved, right? There was a number of different folks that were, from Uvalde area, I think, where they had a safe house and stuff like this. Bottom line is that the government proved their case very well, right? So I was a jury foreman on this one, and we get into deliberation, and we got to the point where there were like a bunch of people that just were adamant they don't trust the government, and even though they had all these pictures and all this stuff, right? So we had, and it also, my experience with this showed how disconnected jurors are sometimes in these processes, right? They're just there vegetating, and we got, I went several times back to the judge and said, we can't come up with any kind of unanimous decision. And it was like four of us were for conviction and 8 were against. And, judge kept saying, keep deliberating. And we had started the case, we got it at like 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and about 8 o'clock that night,
Oh my gosh.
she sent us home, right, for the evening to come back the next day. So I came in and I said, geez, how am I going to turn this around or come to some kind of conclusion? I observed when I was taking votes, I was saying all those in favor of conviction first. And 4 people would raise their hand. And all those opposed, to acquittal. Well, I noticed I was doing that all the time. And then I also observed, like I said, that half of these people were just like not really there, right? They were just kind of sitting in the jury room, right? Not following the discussion.
Really?
So I changed it around. And I asked first, how many were in favor of acquittal? And like 2 people raised their hand. How many were in favor of conviction? And 10 people raised their hand. So anyway, we went through some more discussion, and I kept doing it in that order. And at the end of the day, we turned it around. And I mean, if you had asked me to bet when I went in at 8 o'clock that morning that I would turn around a jury of 8 to 2 or 10 to 2 to be a unanimous conviction, I wouldn't have bet it. But it all boiled down to
How you presented it, or how you asked the question.
the order that you asked the question.
That's
And
interesting.
it was pretty amazing.
How about a jury one time in Dallas? It was a murder trial, and I was the foreman. And it was a murder case. But anyway, basically, the jury knew or believed that the guy had killed the woman, but the prosecution didn't prove it.
Yeah.
And so we had to vote to let him go, which was really interesting because, I mean, we all believed he did it, but we also believed that there was nothing the prosecution gave us that could absolutely nail him. So we got to let him go.
Yeah, that's always a problem when you just
Yeah.
you get into these deliberations and you say, I wish he'd asked this or I wish he'd asked that and that kind of thing. And because they had.
My favorite part is that in the jury selection process is that I love the beginning when they ask if you, is there anybody in here who essentially they say something, but it's like believes that police officers tell lies.
Yeah.
Is there anybody in here who believes that a police officer would plant evidence? Is there anybody, and they ask this question, they try to find out who in there basically has a beef with the police or the government or whatever. And the last one I was in, I was surprised at how many people. And when they all raise their hand and they leave, I'm thinking,
Well, sometimes they do that.
are they
to get
just
out of
doing
it.
that to get out of this
Yeah,
thing? Like, or is it like worth it to them just to say, I don't want to be here bad enough?
Mhm.
Uh, This is my way out. Because every single one of them that raised their hand and they stood up, they didn't raise their hand. Every single one of them, the judge said, y'all are dismissed. Because part of the trial involved the police officers. Yeah, it was crazy. But as they're leaving, I'm thinking, what an easy way to get out of this crazy thing.
And sometimes that works. My sister was on some organized crime case in New York.
Yeah.
And during the voir dire stuff, she railed about, how she didn't believe this and blah, 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 blah. They still picked her for the jury.
Yeah, I had one where they, Rockport's a small town, and I was in on the jury selection thing, and they asked if anybody in their room knew the family well enough where they felt like they shouldn't be on this trial. And this family is well known in Rockport, so I expected a bunch of people.
Yeah.
It was nobody. It was like me and one other guy.
Huh.
So we go up there, and I walk up, and they do the thing where you're like standing before the judge, and there's a lawyer on both sides of you. And they're really kind of crowding you. They're trying to keep it private. The judge starts whispering and stuff like that. And, they said, what's your problem? And I said, look, I just know this guy. And this is going to be awkward for me forever if I end up on this jury. And I just don't want to do it. And there's look at all these people behind me ready. And one of the lawyers was like, are you telling me that you cannot, do your job? Yeah, and all this. And I said, no, that's not what I said. I said, I don't want to. That's what I'm asking. And he just kept going. And I looked at him and said, I know him, I know his mother, I know both his sisters, and I've known them for 30 years, man. I don't want to do this. And he kept going, and the judge told him to stop. The judge said, hey, that's enough, just stop. Mr. Presley, you can leave. That lawyer was just all over me.
Was he the defense or was he the prosecutor?
He was my buddy's lawyer, and he wanted me to, he was like, man, you'd be great on this thing,
Well, because your friend.
Yes, yeah.
Right.
But it was so evident, he was like letting the cat out of the bag. Everybody knew what he was doing, and that's probably, the judge probably wasn't feeling sorry for me. The judge was probably like, gosh, man, stop being so blatantly obvious that you want the friend on the jury. But it was terrible because I've had to do that once before, and I still see a guy, and it's awkward. It's thinking awkward.
Because you have convicted him
Gosh,
probably.
it was terrible.
Yeah.
And so, like, if I see him somewhere, it stinks. I feel terrible every time it happens. I suppose that just goes with it. That's gonna happen. It's spontaneous.
Adulting sucks.
Yeah, right.
Basically, what he
right,
announced it.
right. It's not fun though.
And I walked into the break room just a minute ago and saw that bottle of caramel coffee flavor sitting next to the coffee pot. I was like, Rum, this is gonna be a good day.
Not quite.
Not quite. Amen.
My wife likes it. French vanilla cream or stuff.
I don't even like to smell it.
I don't like any sweet or any cream or anything like that in my coffee, but she goes through that stuff on the counter. Or the coffee, we drink it that way.
One of the things that came with the fasting thing is when you fast during the day, you can drink water, plain water, no lemon or anything. Iced tea, but plain tea or hot tea, just plain. Because you're trying to trick your body into your brain actually into thinking that you're starving to death in that way, right?
Yeah.
So black coffee.
Yeah.
And I can drink black coffee, but it's never been my preference. I always put a little bit of cream in there, in it or milk or light or whatever it is. So I just forced myself to start drinking black coffee. I don't know. And I've always hated flavored coffee. I don't like flavored coffee. I smoke coffee. good coffee.
Yeah.
And after about a week, it was like, I don't even want cream. I don't want anything in
Yeah.
coffee. I like coffee.
Not
Just like the
craving, you're
flavor.
not craving the sugar as much too. Your body's like, hey, this isn't bad. Then it really matters. Sometimes it starts mattering. You start really having a preference for brand. Once you're really tasting the coffee, you can get kind of brand specific. For a while, I got to where I don't drink coffee anymore, but there was years where all I wanted to drink was, I know some people hate it, but it's community coffee.
Oh, delicious.
I got to where that's all I wanted to drink, and I would almost get annoyed if I had to drink something else.
I've
You
never
know?
had that. What is it?
It's from New Orleans.
It's a brand?
It's community coffee. It's basically just, Brazilian Arabica coffee, but something about the way they roast the beans or something. It just takes a little.
It's not expensive. It's just regular, you know. So that's all I wanted to drink.
Yeah. For years, I would go down to Stevie Lou and buy their coffee because they're a 6th generation coffee roasting family or something, and they buy green beans from all over the world and they blend them themselves and they come up with the Rockport blend and the coconut blend. And they have all these different blends from all over, and their coffee's pretty good. Their whole bean coffee is pretty good. The coffee that you buy at the barbecue place is terrible because they're on well water. But yeah, don't ever order tea or coffee from there. But barbecue's great and their coffee is really good. I just have gotten out of the habit of going down there to buy coffee. It's just
The work
Extra
ethic,
stuff.
the work ethic of that family is just amazing.
aren't they awesome?
Oh, those
I love
kids,
those
they're
kids.
all just great kids and they all work. And, I mean, it's just amazing. It's neat to see that.
I tell you what blew me away when my kid swam with their kids on the swim team, what used to be called the Rockport Sharks swim team. They started working in that restaurant and around the RV park from the time that they were tall enough to see over the top of a table. And at some point in their early teens, they're probably 12, 13, 14, something like that. One of the daughters, and I happened to be in there, and she said, I just bought a piece of land. I said, I'm sorry, what? And she said, I just bought 10 acres somewhere outside of town. I said, really? And she said, I said, where'd you get the money? And she said, working here. I saved up. And she said, all of us kids are saving up and we're buying land. And we do stuff with it. And I'm like,
That is
you're 12.
amazing.
My kid still wants Legos. And these kids are buying land and selling it and flipping it and doing all kinds of different stuff. And then one day I was over there and they had built, Dad taught them to weld. And they had built a roping trailer that had it's kind of like a barrel with a saddle on it that was on a big spring. And it was on the trailer. And out on the trailer tongue was a welded steer head with horns. And supposedly you pull the thing around with a four-wheeler or a tractor or whatever, and it gives you the sensation of being on a horse.
Uh-huh.
And you can learn to rope on it. I was like, really? And he said, yeah. Some guy commissioned us to build the thing. I was like, hey, piece of cake. So these kids welded it all up for him. It's like, wow, these kids are just always doing stuff.
Yeah. Renaissance family.
Their story is very amazing. If you ever talk to Steve, he's a mess. From Arizona.
How do you end up here?
Picked up. He says he picked up, he threw a dart at a map and ended up here, but I have a feeling their religion is Christian, but it's just it's sort of an in-house Christian thing where they just groups of families get together and they go to someone's home and they do their service that way. And I think that's how. I don't know that to be true, but they're very nice people. And his brothers, his brothers, started a magazine, a tourist magazine. He started just the complete opposite from his brother. And then I don't think they get along very well. But they ended up in court. What year did you graduate?
94.
Dang, you're young.
Just, yeah.
I'll say. What year did you graduate, Pat?
From high school, 71.
Oh, so you're,
Yeah, so we're,
you're 7, 8 years older than I am. 8 years,
yeah, I have a 50-year reunion.
Have you went to the other ones?
I have not. Part of the problem was I left, of course, I grew up in that school district in New York. And I left between my junior and senior year.
That's hard.
There's a guy in the class that has, through the years, maintained a distribution list of all the people, even those that left during their time at the school. Byron Mills was the name of the school. And it's amazing, it's still quite a number of folks, but some folks are, and they're scattered all over the place.
Yeah,
They're
that's
just all over the country.
Yeah.
You keep up with them on Facebook.
I don't.
That's how I do it. I went to my 10-year reunion. And after that, it's a hike to get back to Memphis. That's where I grew up. And hike to go back there. And I don't really want to go back there because I didn't lose anything.
Yeah.
But I keep up with my friends on Facebook from kindergarten still.
Yeah.
And that's the only reason I use Facebook. My Rockport friends, I'm friends with a lot of people on Rockport on Facebook, but I see you guys all the time. I don't have to be on Facebook.
Well,
Is it in New York City or upstate?
well, it's about 35 miles north of the city.
Oh, okay, so.
And
Yeah, you said Westchester.
Yeah.
That's great.
And my father, he worked for Shell Oil, and he would commute into New York City. And so when we moved to Texas, the concept of distance down here is just really very different. Because where we lived, Armonk, was right on the border of Connecticut, Greenwich, Connecticut. And so he would drive, it was 8 miles over the White Plains, where he'd catch the train every morning. He'd go, take the train commute into New York City, and then commute back in the evening. And again, he would drive into White Plains. Now, we would go into New York City as a family, like to Radio City Music Hall for the Christmas show and Easter and things like that, maybe 3 times a year. And that was only 35 miles for us. And White Plains, as a family now, granted, my father was going every day to
But
White
that
Plains.
took some time. It took some time to go 35 miles.
Yeah, I mean, you go on the train and it wasn't that bad, but still.
Just getting to the train and getting on the train.
Yeah, exactly.
Took as long as it took.
Yeah. And if we went to White Plains more than once a week, we were doing a lot of traveling. And down here, you don't think anything about going 35 miles to get an ice cream cone. It's just really different. So,
Did Shell Oil have, it's like a corporate office in New York?
yeah,
But was it focused, were they big in the Pennsylvania oil and all that? Or was it more like worldwide office?
it was that was a worldwide office.
That was their headquarters, wasn't it?
Yeah, their headquarters was there. And of course, my father started with them in Indiana. I'm not sure how he ended up there. He grew up in New York, but and how he ended up in Indiana, I don't know. But we transferred from Indiana to New York in 1960. So we lived from 60 to 70 in New York, and then they had this mass migration in 1970 down to Houston, where they built the two office buildings there, and moved everybody from New York City down to Houston.
Yeah. Oh, ExxonMobil did the same thing.
Yeah.
When I was growing up, my best friend's dad, secretary of IBM, his name's Hank Trimble.
Okay.
That might ring any bells.
No. Now, now, of course, my father was with Shell Oil.
This is with IBM.
Yeah, and then with IBM, even though they moved or they established their headquarters in Armonk, where we lived, but they moved in there and built the headquarters in 1964.
He would have been there.
Yeah.
I mean, he would have been secretary then.
Interesting company. I mean, back at that in that time.
Oh, everybody had to wear suits and ties.
Oh,
and
yeah.
dress up and blah, blah, yeah.
I mean, even when I started,
That all over.
when I started working for him, I was on a co-op program in college, so I was alternating between working and going to school, and then I did that 3 times, and then they hired me part time with a provision that I had to be in college. They wanted to make sure I graduated. Okay, which
How did you do that? Did you just go apply?
My degree is in electrical engineering, and they ran this thing called a co-op program, where they had a bunch of different companies.
So you were recruited, basically.
Yeah, kind of. They would have like job fairs, right, where these companies would come in and they would work study program.
Is that IBM's heyday?
Well, probably in the 60s.
Was there,
Yeah, because at the System 360, which is what everybody, that's where they really established themselves. Although you go back, and it's interesting because I worked in the development lab in Austin, and when we, and of course, they had places all over the country, and all over the world for that matter, but you look at the kind of work that was done. And they have a division called Research Division, which did, quote, pure research, stuff in medical and all kinds of different types of computer-related things. But if you read some of the history of IBM back in the 50s, when they were first developing the computers in 704, 1130, and before the 360 really came on, the development lab in those times was really more pure research. I mean, some of the stuff that they were doing back then was pretty amazing stuff.
what's the biggest thing that IBM ever did? Was 360?
Yeah.
It's not some mainframe or something
Well,
like that?
that's the 360 was mainframe.
Oh, that is it.
And they had different, a bunch of different models of that.
I
did the
remember when
Univac?
they came out.
That was, I think, Sperry Rand.
Is that what it was?
I believe I believe they're the ones that did Univac.
That was my nemesis.
Really?
I hated Fortran. Oh, I hated Fortran. God, I hated it.
Yeah. And they had CDC was.
I didn't touch a computer for 10 years after that. Hated Fortran.
Well, it was
Punch phones.
the work study program was a good experience because you think about the typical interview process for college students, right? And you go and you interview on campus with a company, and then based on that short interview, they decide whether or not to invite you to an on-site visit. And in the matter of 4 hours or 6 hours, when you're sitting down talking to different people at that company, they decide whether to hire you, right? Well, that's kind of a crapshoot.
Yeah, it is.
In both directions, right? The company deciding whether or not they're going to invest in you, and you have to decide whether or not they're the company you want to work for. So the work study thing was great because over a period of a year and a half or 3 years, I was able to, they were able to see me, I was able to understand the company, and it was a lot better experience. Okay.
Yeah, they call it an internship now. And
Yeah.
I'm trying to figure out how to get my kid to lean forward a little bit and find somebody that.
My husband did that with mobile. He got his undergraduate and his master's degree while he was working.
Yeah, well, that's a
They
great,
didn't
it's a
pay
great
for it. They didn't pay, I don't believe they
opportunity.
paid for it, but he was working, and then he stayed there for 44 years,
Yeah.
so.
David,
Famously,
David kids?
no, I'm older than them, but not by
I
much.
couldn't believe that's 26 years ago. And I
What's
just kept thinking.
Travis is he may maybe only a year or two younger than me. He probably graduated in
Roman, did you?
older than,
So, yeah,
maybe 4 years older than me,
okay.
something like that. So the famous graduate from my year would be Dad.
Got it.
Okay.
Got it.
My,
Okay, that puts that in perspective, because Han knows
I don't want to say
A
when
bit
I
older.
graduated.
Coach Steve-O.
1865.
Older, 4 years
College,
older.
that is.
Okay, yeah, that's all.
Probably
They
90,
played, Dad was a freshman when they were
probably
seniors.
so, yeah.
And that's because they all thought, they kind of coached him along because they were the upperclassmen when he was a
Yeah,
freshman. And
yeah, that's probably about right.
he was the guy that would hit you the hardest, I guess, the electrician.
Rodney, same
Yeah,
grade.
Rodney would be your class.
94, yeah.
That would be your class, yeah. That puts things in perspective.
my mother-in-law,
They were all parents when we were parents. Of course, we were old.
Smith Land, the local,
Yeah, Smith, Michigan.
same.
I don't know everybody. Play tennis with them.
every time we talk about that, my mother-in-law here, back in those days, she would always bastardize names. I mean, she couldn't get. And she always called him Dad Nugent.
Yeah, Newman, right?
Nugent. Yeah, and what was the other one? Oh, when the anthrax thing was going on, the anthrax scare, she called it anthrax. She said, hey, what's the latest you hear on Amtrak?
You all see this morning on, I was watching Fox, which I always watch Fox. They were interviewing one of the head border patrol guys, and maybe he is that guy now on the Maine border. And man, did he blast, what's her name, Harris for, being 800 miles away from the accident.
Yeah.
That truck there today.
Yeah.
Man, they went off on him, on the whole situation, like crazy.
Yeah.
And
They
again,
likened it, I saw the same thing where they likened it to, you go to Chicago to try and address a problem that's going on in New York City.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
They
It's,
said they were spending just, I don't know, if it's hundreds of thousands or even millions of states' money that's going into, monitoring, helping, caring for this whole crisis.
right.
It's not coming from the federal government. And the federal government's going to reduce the money, I saw that today, I think by $1 billion for this issue. Yeah, nice.
It is nuts. It is. It just defies any rational explanation. I mean, whether you agree with it or not, the approach that they're taking is just.
You agree?
What was it with? I missed the first part of the conversation.
Just that the whole situation with Kamala Harris going to El Paso at the border and the money that the state's spending on border control issues.
And I don't even know that she went to the border. I think she
did.
was
She
at the airport and maybe she went to one facility or
went to
something.
3 or 4 places, but
Well,
I don't know.
the disconnect, there's a huge disconnect because having spent more of my life here than I did elsewhere, I spent a lot of time at the border and I hunted and fished all over Mexico. And traveled way deep into Mexico many times over a number of years. Now I won't even go except to like Cozumel or something.
Yeah, right.
And have friends that grew up in Harlingen and Brownsville. They moved to up country
Out of the way.
just to get out of the way. But I can remember when migrant workers would cross the border every morning. They would go to a job. They would get paid in cash. They would go back across the border in the afternoon. They would give the money to their families, and they lived a great life. And every day was back and forth. They didn't care about this program and that program and whatever program, because they were getting the best. They got the best of both worlds. They got the best of both worlds. The government took care of them. Then cartels came in to move things across the border, and that's a whole other conversation. But the problem has become it's just been blown completely out of proportion because there are nice families that are trying to get out of bad situations. However, there are worse people, there are terrible people who are coming across and doing horrible things. And everybody wants to focus on ones and twos as opposed to nines and tens. And with the situation with Washington DC saying, oh, there's no problem. Yeah, they might as well have gone to Austin. They need to go to, Nuevo Laredo. They need to go to Brownsville, Matamoros, or
You okay
Reynosa.
with the
Reynosa
solid
is
or
worse because
Even though,
between McAllen and Mission, there is nothing but wide open space for people. It's like a Swiss cheese hole for them to run. That's smooth.
Really, right?
And Reynosa is a dangerous place.
we're having problems now, I guess, because the river is running fast and deep. And
Somebody drowned, or almost drowned in a border patrol, jumped in the water and saved them. That's all that. Hey, we got anything happening?
We have an affidavit.
Okay.
I apologize, I didn't realize that whenever I went in with the other one.
Yeah.
579. Okay. Etchison.
That time.
I'm surprised I didn't have it all. And so far, nothing else for the 10, so.
Beth, I was never so disappointed when I went into the coffee room and saw that bottle. I thought it was rum. I was like, oh, man.
Really?
I think Kathy brought it in because I saw it at the table.
The coffee, I brought that in.
Yeah, because I thought the same thing. I was like, what did she do?
You like that?
Put the cats away.
I was like, pour a little bit of that in our coffee.
Right on.
It's really good. I get those by the case, not that, you get like 10 different flavors. Anyway, okay, so what are we doing? This is
It's
my
an affidavit only.
Okay, are you ready?
Ready?
We're gonna commence a hearing on, account number,
Bottom page 3. Yeah, it's at 10 o'clock now.
I don't think so. Is it 569?
579.
579. I'm sorry. We're commencing a hearing on account number 2021-579, account number 25373. This is 812 Sandar in Rockport. And what are we protesting?
Protesting Q1 incorrect appraised market value and Q2 appraisal ratio exceeds median level of appraisal.
Thank you.
This hearing is being recorded. We have the appraisal district review board that will be hearing the protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of the protest. Protester has the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to the protester without determination. In accordance with tax code section 41.45H, all written material is assumed to have provided with the affidavit. Do we have other material?
Yes.
Yes. The ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing affidavits to that effect. Let's start with, I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Bill Duck, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I'm requesting solemnly swear from testimony.
The district will now read the affidavit into the record.
You know, this is for 812 Sandar,
Thanks.
which is a condo, Keel condos. Section 3, reasons for protest, incorrect appraisal of value and values that equal compared to other properties. Section 4 says there's 3 buildings. Section 5 is the statement of facts or argument. It says construction to rebuild my condo unit 812 has been started in March of this year and is still ongoing. of the 11 separate buildings in the Key Labor condominium complex, my building, building 800, and building 1100 are not completed yet and should not be taxed at the values of the remaining and other completed condos. See attached photos. Section 4 is the, I do not intend to appear at the hearing either in person or by telephone or conference call. Section, that was section 6. Section 7 is names. This is in Harris County, signed by Paul Etchison, and notary is Christopher Franco. The next page has a picture showing floor, looks like some plumbing coming out of some sheetrock. Maybe that's going to be where the sink is or dishwasher. And then there's a photo of a shower area. The first one also has a date for the photo. It says March the 3rd, 2021. The second photo also says March the 3rd, 2021. And the last one is April 2nd of 2021. And I believe they're showing the difference between what it looked like on the 3rd and what it looks like on the 2nd of that photo. That's the shower area. And then that's the end of their evidence. The district does not have rebuttal. I'll go straight into cross-examine, I'm sorry, I'll go straight into my stuff here. This is in Key Labor condos. It is a $12 million. We have a 70% complete. So we have grids adjusted to 77% complete. Showing some sales in Sand Dollar, in Key Labor condo 1, 2.
Show us where this one is, go back to the picture.
Yeah. It's interior Sand Dollar. It's not overlooking the bay. It's looks like a corner unit. It's a second floor unit.
Thank you.
Yeah. So the first sale is 907 Sand Dollar. So the buildings, go back to her evidence, just give me a second. She told us in here who's not done. So that can help with understanding some things maybe. So in her notes.
It was on the protest form of.
Building 800 and building 1100 are the buildings she's saying are not done. So if we go back to my evidence, when we look at these sales and Key Labor condos, we keep that in mind. So this is building 900 Sand Dollar, which would, according to her evidence, would tell us that this sold for $281 and was complete. Another one in 900 sold for $318 and was complete. We're adjusting them to show what they would sell for if they weren't complete. And they were like the subject, basically. So it's 208 and 209. Comp number 3 is on Lauderdale. I believe that unit is complete. Sold in 2021 for $252. And then another sale of the 900 building. So none of these sales come from the 800 building or the 1100 building, which are the buildings potentially that are in similar condition of repair. Comps are all from the 800 building equity-wise. That's correct, giving a value of 205,800. The median value for the sales is 206,783. That's it. That's all I got.
Okay. I think the picture, I'm concerned about the pictures in that it really shows almost total uncompleteness. I mean, the exterior.
As of January
walls
1.
and
As of January 1.
As of January 1.
As of January 1, because those are in March and they're like,
Yeah.
there hadn't been a lot of work done.
No, I can say that I know for a fact that those two buildings, the last two buildings to be done, and they didn't do them necessarily complete one. They go over here and do plumbing, then they go over here and do plumbing, then they go. So they're all those two buildings are in various states of either disrepair or totally completed, depending on the unit. It's just strange.
Well, the previous year, I'm assuming we had like 52%,
55.
55%, is that right? So that's what we had the previous year.
He's
And they
indicating that almost nothing has been done to it.
And they may still be there. I
Excuse
mean,
me?
On the
As
first,
a-
it's possible on the first that this was still at 55%.
yeah,
Complete
that's what I'm trying
It is
to
very-
stumble through and stuff.
Yeah, it is very possible, just from looking at these photos.
So the one.
And the other thing I want to bring up real quick, we're in our time now?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. The card shows the fireplace, didn't we?
They're, yes, but they aren't in, can we check and see?
$1,500 fireplace.
It's probably in there.
It needs to be
sure.
removed.
Yeah, that's not a problem. But yeah, it's definitely.
But I think that would be covered in the 134. We need to take it out anyway because.
We have notes, we're gonna deal with this after. the
Yes, we
season.
had that discussion the other day.
You bet.
But I think that if we went back to last year's valuation, it would include the removal of the fireplace, which doesn't exist.
If you want to roll it back, I'm good with that. I don't think.
Roll it back. That's what we-
Yeah, I think based on what we've got.
Okay, I'll make a motion.
Okay, I move that on case number 2021-579, account number 25373. With respect to Q1 incorrect appraised market value and Q2 appraisal ratio exceeded median level of appraisal that we decreased the appraisal, the 2021 appraisal, 205,800 back to the 2020 value of 134,630.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Close that case. Information will be sent to Barry Etchison regarding our decision and along with information as how to proceed if he does not agree with it.
We're done.
Let's see. We probably should wait another few minutes.
Yeah, I was
to
gonna
get
say,
past 10:15.
wait about 5 more minutes. and
Sure.
then I'll let y'all know.
Oh,
Come on. Looks smart.
this is my niece and husband.
Look at that.
Going to the trailer.
It's a little bit, that was great.
It's in Wisconsin. I have to go get it.
It's even better. It's a trip.
Now I have to drive up there and fly up there and fly back. Can't shut down. Call American Airlines, over 85 degrees, you can't shut it down. Cat dog, whatever. But I was thinking about this morning, that shipping at night, my night flight into Houston in the morning, or sometime at night, whatever, it would have probably been 85 degrees. I don't think I'll take that.
They could bring it to you. Or they could bring it to you.
They won't.
Oh.
You should see what I have to go through. I have to fill out an application, they want to talk to my vet, they, how many animals I've had, what their conditions were, how they've treated them for any serious maladies, I believe in training them.
Is this is this from a shelter?
Yes, in Wisconsin. I want to see pictures of my house and my yard.
Yeah, you go through a lot of stuff.
Yeah, that's good. I'm glad they do that.
Yeah.
We don't have, I'm the boy in society here, but
You're about kind of awful.
and people don't.
That's the reason I don't belong to humane societies and stuff like that. I don't hear all the bad stories. I hear enough bad stories about kids and
There's
stuff.
there's a
School.
lot of really good stories.
Oh, yeah. I know.
Especially during the pandemic, which was
So-
really bad, and it's people were bored, But they kept the animals. We haven't had any,
Drop off.
drop-offs, surrenders. we call them. So, Anyway,
Well, that's cool.
I
Got a little-
haven't
got a little
approved
shepherd.
yet. I have to send them pictures and they have to talk to me back.
So you've got a little shepherd in him, and
Hmm?
some sort, it's got a little German shepherd in him and some sort of really active dog of some sort.
Yeah,
He'll be walking.
a couple of weeks ago, in training, a couple of weeks ago, my nephew was down and he got a rescue dog. And it's just like this, only he's darker colored.
What trainer would you use?
I have to find one. If you know one, it would be.
Look up Paul Brown.
Is he where? Is he here?
He is in, yes, if you go out, what's the Sinton Highway? 188.
188.
You come to the four-way, that runs between Portland and, Bayside or whatever. He is just off that highway. He is actually a, Labrador Retriever gun dog trainer, but the first 30 days that they do is all obedience, and he is very good. Penny Shepherd, if you know Penny, has had 2 dogs with.
Did they stay there for the month?
Oh yes, they're gone, and they're there. They live, they live there, and.
And then do they train with you with what they train the animals?
You have to train the owner more than you have to train the dog.
Exactly.
So yes, they do that. But Paul, the kennel is called some version of Dog on It.
Okay.
I don't know if it's Dog on It or Doggone It, but it's Doggone It Kennels, and it's in. I think the address would be Taft, really, or
But
Odom-
it's
Odom
just
Taft, I
off of
believe.
188, but way before Sydney.
Oh, yeah, it's just right there at that
That's
basin.
always-
I duck hunt in a freshwater pond that kind of is on the off, it's not on his property, but it's sort of off of that. And that's how, but I know Paul because he was an adjuster for his whole career with State Farm, corporate. But he has a love of Labrador Retrievers and how they work in the
Does he
field.
take other breeds?
And he does field, yes, to my knowledge. And he trained under the guy that has always trained my dogs, a fellow named Rody Best. And he learned from Rody as a, he would take, instead of, every weekend he would spend with Rody Best operation, and they run not so much hunting operation, but they run field trials, and these dogs are trained to do hunting exercises, but in a field situation, and they use dummies and bumpers, whatever you call it, and they have a series of things that they go through, and they travel. People travel all over the world, really, but mostly all over the country. And Rody is one of the top retriever trainers in the world.
Okay.
So this guy
But
trained-
Paul trained under him, retired from State Farm, bought some acreage in Taft, developed it into a kennel, and
Yeah,
okay. A lot of rental people use Paul.
So he has kennels there, and you send the dog.
Oh, Yeah,
I will see y'all at 1:30.
All right.
cool. But Paul is very, very good.
You can leave the towel.
And there's a woman, I don't know her, but there's a
So I
woman
can kind of turn mine off, but not to.
Fort Hays.
Yeah. Just make sure it's off.
I don't know if she's still training or not. She
This
was
guy
well
sounds
known,
great.
but he would know her if he can't handle it.
Oh, he would.
Yeah. But, mention my name, he'll probably go, boo, but I'm the guy that prefers an awful lot of people.
Oh, good.
Because I wanted to use him for my dog, current dog, and chickened out at the last minute and sent her to Rody, and that was a huge mistake on my part because I spent almost $4,000 with Rody to train my dog, and I think I wasted about half of it because he wants to, he only wants to really work now with the dogs that we're gonna put out on the circuit.
Oh,
And so he can
Yes,
Are we muted or ready to go?
we are ready.
Okay, we're recommencing the June 30th meeting of the Aransas County Appraisal Review Board. Going to start with case 2021-132.
All right, both of y'all are gonna have your own paper
1:30.
here. I'm just gonna go around. Doesn't matter which one I'll sit in. This is Mr. and Mrs. Cornelius.
Howdy.
At one point, they're gonna let you know when, if we just go around and take turns. sitting down, and then like, have a paper to sign. Okay?
Is that correct? You, Michael?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And your name is?
Lori Francine Cornelius.
Have they both signed the,
But just Lori and I.
Lori's my first name.
Okay.
Well, Francine is
She
my
knows
last.
me.
Okay, that's important.
It's not an affidavit.
They're both gonna be signing an affidavit, so they can.
okay, we're opening a case on case number 2021-1382, account number 23022. And do we know the numbers, Q1, Q2?
It's Q1, Q2, and Q5 other, and home isn't finished.
Okay, I'm going to read some information before we get started on the protest hearing. Ask you a couple questions along the way. Okay. We are the Appraisal Review Board that will be hearing your protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience. The survey may be completed using the survey form that's here in the office. And email to ptad.communications@cpa.texas.gov or online at surveymonkey.com/r/surveys. That's ARB. That information is on the form. The survey is voluntary, but we really appreciate it if you complete it. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. So at the end of this hearing, you'll know what our decision is, but you'll also get something in the mail following that to give you further information should you want to dispute our finding. In accordance with Tax Code Section 41.45H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. Have you presented all of your material that's been scanned in, as far as you know?
As far as we know, yes.
The ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing an affidavit to that effect. And I'll sign. I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Bill Duck, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.6.
I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Lori Francine Cornelius, do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the Appraisal Review Board is true and correct.
Oh, you do that too.
Sorry.
I, Michael Cornelius, do solemnly swear that or affirm that testimony I shall present to the Appraisal Review Board is true and correct.
I request that you sign this for affirming the testimony shall present to the Appraisal Review Board is true and correct.
Do either of you hold a license or certificate from the Texas Appraiser Licensing Certification Board?
I can't feel what you're
Did you
saying.
hear it? Okay.
No, I couldn't hear it.
Do either of you hold a license or certificate from the Texas Appraiser Licensing and Certification Board?
No.
Thank you. would you, there's a chart in front of you that has the times of the hearings, the hearing.
What's that?
And we will conduct it according to the minutes that are indicated there.
Okay.
Do you have the opportunity, or if you need to, select whether you'd like to go first or whether you'd like the district to go first?
Yeah, I'll go first.
You go first?
Yes, ma'am.
Right.
All right, Q1, Q2, and Q5 other is homes not finished.
Yes.
This house is in Holiday Beach on Selfish Drive. It is not complete. Notice in the evidence package, we put a not or percent complete worksheet. I believe, I could be wrong about this, but I think I talked.
You talked,
We,
I guess it was you, I
me and
guess,
you talked.
I talked to somebody.
And we talked about percent complete, and then the number that I arrived at and the number they were thinking just wasn't, we didn't agree. And so now we're here. But we talked about percent complete. We're representing a percentage complete of 80%. And if I remember correctly from the conversation, that number is incorrect. It's somewhere less than 80%. If I remember the conversation. I also noticed that this is a homesteaded property. So this was a homesteaded property that was destroyed.
Correct.
So you had a homestead on the previous house, because obviously you wouldn't have a homestead on a house that's not livable. So that means this is a rebuild from the hurricane, which I think you say in your letter. So they bought a home, lived in a home was destroyed. There's a homestead there. They're protected by Texas Property Tax Code. I think it's 11135 or something like that. It protects the homestead, and it now protects you for 5 years while you rebuild, which it looks like they're gonna. That's actually gonna be kind of close, isn't it? I mean,
Well, it depends on when you talk about from when we tore down.
it's 5 years from the day of the storm.
Okay, but we didn't tear down right then.
It's just the day of the storm.
We still lived in it for like 2 years, fighting with insurance.
Gotcha.
And
I got
and then we've had 2 bad contractors in there, so I mean,
He'll get to you in a minute. Right now, it's his time.
So just quickly, I'll go through this grid, and I'm gonna go through it fast because we're dealing with a damaged house.
Okay.
And that's talking about what things sell for and all of that stuff is sort of beside the point. So comp number 1 and comp number 2 are in Holiday Beach. One's on Selfish, one's on Bel Air. You can see one sold for $359, one sold for $409. They're smaller than the subject, they're older than the subject. It takes some adjustments to get the comparisons right. The median value from a sales approach is 548. There is one more comp, it's on Palmetto Point. Again, it's smaller, it's lower class, it's older. Adjustments are being made to do the comparison. This is a 2020 build home. Equity grid comes up to 523, which you'll see there, we noticed on the 556, both of our grids show that we're high. So the sales grid says 548, the equity grid says 523. We noticed at 556. Both grids say that we're high. We're definitely high on this house. We need to figure out where to land. That's where we're at.
Okay. All right, so you have 2 minutes to ask him questions and then 5 minutes for your presentation. And I guess we would appreciate as a board, you describe the condition of the house as part of your presentation.
As of January 1.
As of January 1, whatever that look like.
well, as of January 1, if that's, is that where we need to start? I've never
That's
done
your
this before, so.
That's right. That's your date for this year.
Okay, as of January 1, I would estimate that we were 50% or less of the house. It was a shell. I mean, it was framed, it was sided.
These pictures were taken last night.
This is where we're at now. We're sheetrocking. You can look, I don't know if she took a picture close up. This sheetrock wasn't made until April. It's got a date on it, so. I mean, it wasn't made until April, so that's where we're at, as far as, we just, we had these guys, these contractors around how we had, all fighting the insurance, all that stuff, so we're way further way not far enough as long as we want to be. I wish we were fighting you just on,
And then you had,
Are you living in the
on,
house?
and then we had this contract.
Are you living in the house?
no, man.
We're living in that travel trailer that's.
We live in that travel, that little travel trailer truck beside it. But, I mean,
Oh, we had to re-rip down
Yeah, I mean,
siding
we've had
to,
all kinds of problems with the contractor.
for windstorm.
I think that's a
I
common
mean,
deal, but, yeah, we couldn't, we still didn't even have a windstorm certificate yet, because we're fixing to hopefully call out for final before too long on that, but, I'm not sure where else I need to go, but, I estimate though, January 1, we were 50% or less. Because like I said, it was a shell. There was, the electrical wasn't finished at that time, the,
It's
air conditioning wasn't there, no insulation, no sheetrock, obviously, because we're still doing that. No flooring, no cabinets, I mean, we still don't have any of that, so I would estimate as of now, we're at 70 to 75% at the most. So, like I said, I've never done one of these buildings, so I'm not exactly sure what else I need to.
We had a contractor that we had a contract with. He was supposed to build it all the way up to sheetrock, and he did not. We had to pay for the out of our pocket. We had to pay for the concrete ourselves, the AC, the sheetrock, the insulation, and he just basically skipped town.
And basically, we're doing it ourselves.
So we're doing
now.
it out of our pocket.
I need more contractors. Plus, I'm scared too.
Okay,
So,
anything else you want to add?
I don't know. I mean, the only other thing is I think, I still think the rates that everything's going up is excessive, but that's the main thing is that, yeah, we're not finished, so I mean.
Would you mind if we took some of your time and went through a worksheet that we have?
Certainly.
Okay.
You want to do
Yeah, I'll do it.
it?
So.
Don't write on
Okay. So thinking back, January 1, okay. Found your foundation, it's a stilt home, right? And I take it you took it down to just a frame, so it was always there, so it was complete?
What's that?
The foundation as of January 1 of this year?
The stilts were there.
Okay,
Still, yeah, so there were new ones, but
okay.
no, the old ones had to be, that's the reason the whole, the other one had to come down, because
Okay.
they were damaged.
Compromise.
They were damaged, yeah.
How about your framing? Was that complete on January?
Framing was, yeah, it should have been finished.
Okay. Roofing
When is it? Yeah,
it was done, okay. Exterior wall finish?
Finished, as in paint?
Exterior wall as in done?
Just the
It's-
siding,
Just
or-
the siding, yes.
The siding's done,
Well-
it's still not even completely
Yeah.
caulked and everything.
And the eaves aren't complete because we had to take some of the siding off to redo the strapping for windstorm.
See those pictures where it
Right.
showed that,
All the straps.
Okay.
that's not.
Would that be a no, finished?
Exterior wall finish? Yeah, we could say no, it's only 1%, but we'll say no on there. Plumbing, at least roughed in?
It was rough, yes.
Okay. Electrical roughed in?
Partially anyway.
Okay. Windows and exterior doors in place?
Except for the ones that we had to replace because they put the wrong down windows in.
Were they there or not? Okay.
Well, if they're wrong, they're not there.
There was 3 windows that had to be redone, and we did them in
I don't remember
It's
exactly.
February or March,
Okay.
something like that.
I'll give you half of that.
We had to wait on them to,
How about insulation? Saw a lot of insulation in the picture.
it was not done in January.
Okay. So that's fine. Heating and AC roughed in?
No.
No?
Nothing.
We're
still talking January 1, right?
Yes.
Yes, everything's in.
Most of the stuff we did wasn't until late March because we had to wait for his bonus check to come in, so AC, insulation, sheetrock.
He'll continue to ask the questions on.
Exterior finish, how much of that was done?
Are you talking about the exterior finish as far as paint?
Is the siding and all that? I know
Well,
I asked.
the siding was, Most of the siding was there.
except for underneath the house. We still
Yeah.
haven't done that, and then the eaves.
Okay,
How about sheet rock?
none,
All right. Doors, trim, and millwork?
none. Still don't have.
Painting?
Outside,
Exterior maybe, well, I don't know if we had it in January.
no, we
No,
did in
we've done
January.
it since then, so no, in
Okay.
January
I
was.
don't think any of the rest, Robert, will be even close.
Okay, yeah, range,
You know, the rest,
plumbing
we're getting to-
fixtures,
Yeah,
No.
carpet,
right.
flooring, all that stuff.
We're getting to the fine tuning there. so.
Okay, all right, so 6, 8, 13, 24, 30. So it looks like it was about 70% complete, 30% incomplete.
Sounds to me
No,
like
no,
it
no,
will be
that's
the other way
backwards.
around.
That's backwards.
I think so.
Because if none of the rest of the finished work is done, then it would be
Yeah, 30% complete.
30%
70%,
Ah, okay.
right?
Yeah.
Is that right? Right?
Yeah, I guess, yeah, you're right, it would be that, because the
Yeah, 70% complete house would already have sheet rock.
Yeah.
Okay.
Would potentially already have doors
in air conditioning.
and air conditioning.
okay, all right.
So we're gonna say it's 30%.
30% complete
I
house.
should say I'm only 70 now.
30% house should be dried in,
A shell.
but really kind of just barely. You know what I mean? It's just got there. There's still a little bit to do
Well, I
to
mean,
get it.
That's pretty much, I mean.
That's fine.
Now it's.
The district doesn't have any argument with any of that.
Okay,
I,
you've got 2 minutes for cross
Me?
examination.
so all I wanna do in the cross time is change this to 30%.
Okay,
And then say what the number is and see what the owner thinks.
Okay.
That's what I'd like to do next.
$321,580.
The question now, I'm still in my time.
Yeah.
You heard the number, what do you think?
It still seems high, but it's a whole lot better than what
Yes,
I
sir.
don't know.
I'm not gonna.
I know it's gonna get there at some
Yeah.
point anyway. I don't think.
And I'm not gonna spend any time defending anything. I'm gonna go to that number based on the work that was done here and say, in my conclusion, everything, I'm gonna do 21,580. And now it's just up to you and the board.
That does take into consideration the land element.
okay, so you have 2 minutes then to, if you want to ask great questions.
No, I mean, well, I don't know if they have that calculator. What does that put our taxes at? You know,
That's
tax
all
bills.
does that.
Yeah, tax rates haven't been set this year, so.
So, yeah, that's all that's. They don't pay for this. I mean,
Does that 321, does that include our outbuilding
That's
that's on there
that's the
too,
whole
and the
thing.
house and everything?
It's the whole enchilada, it's everything.
Okay, land and all.
That metal
that's,
building.
that's the whole thing, so. Yeah, I mean, I think that's. It's still, it's more, it's agreeable at least. I mean, I agree with the 30% at the.
Yeah, I do too. I'm happy that it worked out the way that it did. Because when me and you were on the phone, I was at 50.
Yeah,
But when we're doing that kind of work, we're just triage.
yeah, we were
We're just
kind
running
of,
through phone calls.
I mean, we were both fairly at that,
Yeah,
fairly agreeable.
so we're okay.
Okay, so if you're good with that, then I'm gonna make a motion.
Well, hang on.
Okay. Okay,
I got a couple of questions.
okay, well, go ahead, ask your question.
The 2020 appraisal was, I assume, was that hard coded into the 62,570 as the improvement value, or was that based on a percent complete?
Well, we can look
Not
back
sure I
and see.
understand.
Sorry?
I'm not sure I understand what you're asking.
Okay, the 2020 appraisal had an improvement value of 62,570.
Okay.
And what drove it to 62,570? Was it percent complete, or was it because, I don't know if you came in here last year?
No.
Okay, so something in the system drove it to 62,000, right?
Yeah, it was only partially complete. It was just a slab, basically.
Okay, so was there a percentage?
10. Yeah.
10, okay. All right. And okay, and lastly, with this change to 30% complete, can you tell us what the improvement value is? Just for yucks.
Right. 176,250.
Okay. So I'm okay, I at least.
I see what you're doing, but.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, okay.
You good?
It's still cranky.
No, I'm good.
You good? Okay. All right, good with that? Okay, thanks. I'm gonna make a motion then on case ID 2021-1382, account number 23022, when considering incorrect appraised market value, Q1, or Q2, appraisal ratio exceeds the median level of appraisal or the equity value, and any other considerations that the home was not finished. I move that we reduce the 2021 assessed value from 556,640 to 321,580.
I'll second. Go ahead. I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay,
Okay.
you will get, indicated earlier, you'll get some information in the mail. If you're not happy with what we've done, there are ways in there to continue to protest if you like.
Okay,
Yes.
all right.
Appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
And I do have one question. Is there anybody I've called, don't know who to talk to report somebody to the county, so that way that somebody else doesn't get burned like we got burned by a contractor?
There is, and I can't remember exactly who that is.
Somebody in this, because all the contractors have to be registered with the city.
And I don't know if he was or not.
Well, yeah, there's a problem.
Well, I mean, I
Yeah,
don't
you
know.
can call the city and ask to speak.
Well, yeah,
Building.
Building code, yeah.
Well, see, that's what I said. We live in Holiday Beach, so we don't live in the city. They said they couldn't do nothing about it.
Yeah, it's
So I-
just the county road and bridge, it's David.
Well, I called them too, and they're like, we can't do nothing.
Yeah,
It's like,
it's,
well, can't you
the
put your
county-
name out
The
there?
county
Call the Better Business
Engineer.
Bureau.
engineer and that whole office.
David
is
Reed.
not- David Reed, it's not
Yeah, I talked
robust.
to David Reed.
Is that who you talked to?
Yeah, I mean, he was like, there's nothing they can do about it though. I mean,
I just don't want nobody to ever be burned
Well,
like we were.
as he said, have you tried a Better Business Bureau?
That's-
I looked into it a little bit,
They
and then they
send
also,
you a form that is basically a blank piece of paper. So here, say what you think about him. And it's like, come on, there's got to be a better way.
I'd go farther and go to the attorney general.
Yeah, that's actually a great suggestion.
Attorney General.
Well, I won't turn him into the IRS, make sure they know that we
Well,
paid.
yeah. It's funny how people's brains in the government seem to get drained or something, because if it had been right after the storm,
Oh, yeah.
there would have been, hordes of people jumping on
Oh, yeah.
a guy like that. Right?
Yeah.
So,
And we talked to a lawyer about it, and they told us basically to just finish our house.
I said, finish it, and when you're done, you got 2 years to do it, to go after him, and if you want to, we can go after him, he says, but chances are, he's just gonna fold up, file bankruptcy, fold up,
Right.
the next day or
The next
something.
day is somebody else.
There is a Residential Construction Liability Act that you could look into as well. Your lawyer would know about that. But it lays out a process for how you can sue a contractor.
Only problem with that is, you probably don't have no money, so.
Yeah, it costs you money to go after it.
Right, so.
Okay, well, good luck.
We appreciate
Well,
it.
thank you so much.
Happy Fourth.
Thank you.
What's the next number?
Next one is 686.
It's on page 8.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're all better.
Good.
It's on page 8 in the middle.
There's a name on page 9.
What?
Well, you said to them, what?
It's on page 9.
A cool name. Look at the name. No.
Oh, yeah. And that's abbreviated.
I'm sure.
Oh, geez. That'll be pronounced.
It's quite a name.
Good Lord.
His name will from now on is Sir.
Oh, it's, you know
Yeah.
what, maybe it's, no, it's Alex, I don't know.
Pronounce
Big sandwich.
Mr. Carr.
It's called by his first name.
Yeah.
We don't have any evidence from him yet.
Yeah.
Well, he's represented by.
Sorry.
Is there,
there
all I
evidence-
see
is
is
there
evidence,
evidence for
is district evidence. Is there any other?
We don't have any protest with him.
All you guys are seeing too. right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I moved over here because Kathy rudely stole my swivel chair.
Doesn't that feel lower?
It is lower, because I was sitting there and I said, that's kind of low, but then I saw, because I'm used to
think
being
you
able
can
to swivel
scroll
around
up.
so I can look at the screen. And that
Oh,
was the
okay.
chair that you got.
I was sitting in that chair and I'm like, could barely see over the top of it. Exactly.
But it doesn't seem to bother you when you're doing the other thing.
What's that?
When you're sitting
When you're
here.
just doing this,
Oh,
it's not that hard.
I guess, I don't know. what the difference is.
Because
Because I'm
this is
looking
the chair
down.
you've been using, I
Yeah,
think.
I think so. But maybe you could make those higher and lower.
I don't.
Oh, you can?
I think
Oh, I
think
thought I
These are
saw
pretty good.
examples of them. Oh, I'm sorry, no, you
That's your
can't.
turn away.
This one you
Yeah.
can.
Yep.
It's being scanned over right now.
Okey doke.
Sorry, that's my fault.
Oh, it's a phone.
Yes, on the phone.
Got it.
He said, try the cell phone first. He's having issues. It's Jeff Taylor. Maybe.
No.
It will.
Just said, yeah.
Hello, Mr. Taylor.
Yeah.
This is Kathy Hoffman with the Aransas County Appraisal Review Board. We're going to be hearing the case today.
Okay.
Okay. I'm going to read some information first, and then we'll get to you with a couple of questions.
All right.
What are we protesting?
We are protesting Q1 and Q2.
This hearing is being recorded. We are the Appraisal Review Board that will be hearing your protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience. The survey may be completed using survey form and email to ptad.communications@cpa.texas.gov or online at surveymonkey.com/r/survey ARB. Survey is voluntary, but we'd really appreciate it if you would fill it out for us, please. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. You will today, though, hear our determination on your protest. In accordance with Tax Code Section 41.45H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. Mr. Taylor, have you submitted all of your information?
I did. I tried to upload some pictures. I could not get the pictures, so I can get around that.
Could you repeat that? You came in really garbled.
So I'm sorry. I said I tried to upload some pictures, but I could not get the pictures to upload.
Okay, we do have some evidence.
We do have some pictures.
Okay, so they did go. It showed on my end that they did not go through. That's great if they did.
Okay. Let's see. The ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing an affidavit to that effect. And I will sign first. I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Bill Duck, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I request you to solemnly swear from the testimony shall present to the
Mr. Taylor, you realize that having signed the documents that you did, you are under oath for the duration of this hearing?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I need to ask you if you hold a license or certificate from the Texas Appraiser Licensing and Certification Board?
I do not.
Thank you. Okay, do you have a chart with the paperwork that was sent to you with times for the hearing?
Yeah.
Okay, great. And you have the opportunity to choose whether you would like to go first or whether you'd like the district to go first.
It doesn't matter. You guys can go first.
Okay.
Okay.
You know, sells grid or this property here. This property is on Laurel, which is the road that is right behind us.
Okay.
Laurel is, right?
Yes.
Laurel is that road right
Yes.
there, yeah. And this property is about 3 blocks, maybe 4 blocks.
West.
Yeah, there you go. And you'll hit this property, it's on the right-hand side of the road. It looks like this property transacted in 19, we have a deed of trust for $32,000 on the property for a deed of trust. Okay.
What year was that?
19. So here we go, sales comparison stuff here. Comp number 1 is 8,000 square feet, sold for $76,500. Had some stuff on it. It had a storage shed, a porch, and some utility hookups. Comes out to, when you subtract out the improvements and you just deal with the land, comes out to $5.33 a square foot. And we have $4 on the subject. Comp number 2 is on Dowdy, 300 block of Dowdy. Sold for $44,000 for 8,000 square feet. And comes out to $4.29 a square foot. Again, we have $4 on the subject. Comp number 3 is on Ann Street. All of these are right behind us in this general area behind us. Sold for $60,000 for 12,800 square feet at $4.36 a square foot. The median value in the sales comparison is $53,579. We have $51,290 on the subject. Equity, 202 Laurel is the subject. 10,000 square feet for $40,000 in value, $40,980. Then on Moline, there's 12,800 square feet for $51,200. Liberty Street is the next comp. There's 11,800 square feet, and it's at $47,310. And comp number 3 is 12,800 square feet at $51,200. That's on Racine. Again, all of these are right behind us. They're all just land comps. Everything looks to be in order. So that's all I got.
All right, Jeffrey, you have 2 minutes to ask Ray questions for cross-examination, then you have 5 minutes for your presentation. So I'll give you 7 minutes on the timer.
All right, thank you, sir. I guess the main thing for me is I do know that my property does not have any utilities. All of these do have utilities. And do you take into account the surrounding areas as far as what's around them? Does that come into play with this?
Yes, that is correct. They just happen to be in your area.
Right. But just as far as what's across the street, what's next to you, that kind of thing.
That depends on what kind of detail you're going to there. I always say that, go ahead.
Well, I think that the main issue I had is I certainly bought that property. I didn't buy that property thinking it was going to go down in value, so I'm not trying to say that by any means. But when I did go and look at all your properties, and like I said, they are all improved, but they all seem to be in a much better area. I mean, if you were to, I think I took some pictures of what's across the street from there versus what's across the street from me. Across the street from me, I've got, a home that is not mowed. They've got an old pool table out in the front yard. There's a washing machine. There's a toilet. Behind me, I've got just a little bit of, I don't know, some kind of a shack or something. It's like not overly desirable. And then to looking at my property to my left is a vacant lot that was pretty heavily treated and it's kind of a swamp. It's got, I don't know, pretty large area of standing water. But these other properties I looked at, there's a nice house across the street, I don't know, I call it nice, but a decent house, everything is mowed. And the surrounding areas just seem to be quite a bit nicer than what I'm looking at. And I certainly hope that, I wish my neighbors across the street would clean that up. I think that would help my value. But at this point, I don't believe I could sell my property just to let it stay up. That's really what I thought. That's suggested as my argument with this stuff. I just got percentage-wise versus what I paid for it, how much it's gone up. I just don't believe the market's gone up that much. I think it's about 30%. Is that correct? It's gone up. The appraisal went up about 30%.
Let's see here.
Yes.
That's just sounded a little excessive. Yeah, my area's been a little depressed right there. I'm hoping to change it. I'm hoping that, it'll be worth it. I don't see that value in it right now.
Okay.
That's pretty much what I got. Like I said, I hope it is worth more. I just don't think it's I think that percentage is a little excessive.
Okay. Anything else?
That's really it.
Okay. So Ray, you have 2 minutes for cross-examination and 2 minutes for rebuttal if you need it.
Okay. Jeffrey, can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir. Sure thing.
Do you have a septic tank on this lot?
I do not.
Do you have water to this lot?
I do not.
Do you have a power pole to this lot?
I do not.
So he shouldn't have a TP on this lot.
Yeah, that's okay.
That shouldn't be there. That should be gone. So that comes out to a change of $10,000 and $10,370.
Okay.
As far as the stuff that he's seeing all around him, I would say that you could take a picture anywhere in this back area back here and find something you don't like. Maybe even stand at your front porch and take 3 pictures of things you don't like. I think that's kind of what's going on behind this. And that the land sales are solid. The error that I'm seeing is that we shouldn't have a utility package on this lot.
And that could be the difference right there. You said that's about 10,000?
Yeah.
So that would lower it to what?
Right around 40.
Yeah, 40,980.
I'm good with that. I don't have a problem with that.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, I hope, you continue to get more taxes. That means we're all gonna make more money than ourselves.
Okay, well, if you're good with that, let me make a motion then on case 2021-686, account number 15161. When considering incorrect appraised market value, Q1, or Q2, the appraisal ratio exceeds the median level of appraisal or the equity value, I move that we lower the 2021 assessed value on this property from $51,290 to $40,980 based on removal of the utility package.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye. Okay,
You're done.
it's
Okay,
done.
Mr. Taylor, you'll get some information in the mail confirming what we did here today. If you're not.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, please fill out the survey if you can.
I will do, you guys have a great day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Two.
All right, we got a in person. Are we ready?
What number is it?
It is 1525. Hartman.
Name again?
Hartman?
Okay, I need it.
1525?
Oh, there it is. Got it.
I'll be right back.
The evidence file is 81 megabytes.
Look at that.
Yep.
Holy cow.
Get the rubber hose out, man.
Not yet. We'll see how this goes.
Exactly.
You have your own? Oh, right there.
Cool. Hello,
This
good
is the
afternoon. How are
Mr.
y'all?
Hartman. Either one's fine. Or
Yeah,
confidential.
that's right.
You want to be done right here? You're gonna let me know when. You're gonna say that and then sign in from there.
Okay.
Okay.
No matter what now.
Good afternoon. So we are opening the case on case number 2021-1525, account number 65955. And can you verify the,
Yes, it is Q2 only, equity value.
I'm going to read some information and.
Yeah, I read the
You
procedures.
can hear it before.
No, but I read your procedures, so I know you gotta do your upfront spiel.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Actually read them.
Good. Okay. This hearing is being recorded. We are the appraisal review board that will be hearing your protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience. The survey may be completed using the survey form and emailed to ptad.communications@cpa.texas.gov, or, this will be in writing,
Yeah.
or online at surveymonkey.com/r/survey-ARB. Survey is voluntary, and we really appreciate it if you would complete it. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. So you will get your determination today, and then that will be verified in the mail in a week or two.
Okay.
In accordance with Tax Code Section 41.45H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. Have you submitted all of your
I did,
information,
yes.
documentation you have?
Yeah, and she was complaining about all the files, and I said, don't limit me to 10 megs, so I had to break everything up.
You were complaining for.
Yeah. Because you could have just emailed me, and I go, well, nobody told me that.
Thank you. All the ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing an affidavit to that effect. And I will sign mine. I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with the person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66 F.
I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66 F.
I, Bill Duck, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66 F.
All testimony of witnesses must be given under oath.
I, Ralph Hartman, do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board is true and correct. This one.
Yes, sir.
I, Ray Plessy, do solemnly swear from the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board is true and correct.
Thank you.
Department do you hold a license or certificate from the Texas Appraiser Licensing and Certification Board?
I'm sorry, I missed that.
Do you hold a license from the Texas Appraiser Licensing and Certification?
No, ma'am.
Okay, get a chart in front of you that lists the times that we're going to be using with hearing today.
Yep.
I'd
like to go first. Okay. All right, and who's got the computer?
Me.
All right, could you pull up the one that says, it's dated 2021/6/28 comparison? There you go. You're ahead of me. Now, my protest is based on that Q02 code. Value is unequal compared to other properties. Okay, so I'm sure y'all are familiar with the Aransas CAD property detail. That's where I got all my information. Can I stand up? Sure. Let me stand up before you. Yep. So y'all sent me the comps, but the only comp that was on water, like my property, was 172, this top Front Street. Okay. These properties, 15 and 17 come off immediately next to me. 112 Front Street is 3 lots over. Okay, so I've got all the pictures. I want to go through this and then we'll go through the pictures quickly. So what I did was I did a waterfront, water view, and a square foot comparison. Simple. So if we look at the water view comparison, this is straight out of your numbers. This is my calculation. All the water view is $2 a square foot. I know that makes sense. Well, except for this point there. But okay, everything makes sense. Then when I did a waterfront, and we see that the effective depth for each property is 150 foot. And then you have, of course, the property width. So this effective front's 110, this is 128, I'm 60. My neighbor's 62, I'm 62, this is me, 60. And then my neighbor's got 2 lots together. So he's equal to about 120. So when I did an evaluation of the waterfront property square foot cost, and these 3 numbers are all effectively the same if you multiply, because the square foot is acre. So 172 Front Street, which is down from me, I don't know if y'all know where the Quonset hut is on Lamar. That's that property looking over Ramsey's Bay. And then my immediate neighbor 3 lots away is 986 square foot. Me and my 2 neighbors that have the small lots are 20, and this neighbor is 15 and 50. So my contention is it should be the same. It's not. So I'm picking this neighbor value of 986, $2 a square foot, the base on my waterfront property. We can debate that later. 15 seems to be a pretty good number. These 2 are way too high compared. I don't know why this one is so low. Maybe y'all can explain that to me. And so then I went through, and the 2 we want to focus on is 112 Front Street and ones I want to focus on. 17 Tomahawk and 112. When we pull the pictures up here in a second, you'll see why. So I don't know why this is so low, but I'd like to use it. But 15 and 15 seem to be the same. So, and then I went through a square foot calculation on just the residential part, not the outbuildings and everything else. So if we look at the square foot, you got 116, 109. When we see pictures of this, you'll see that this is either right or low. And then my neighbor's 84, I'm 114, the highest of the compared. And then and my next door neighbor is 61 and 56. So could you pull up the pictures for 112 Front Street, please? Sir? And I'm hurrying because I only got five minutes, right? This is the wrong one.
You'll have some more later.
Okay. Oh, why is it all individual? I put it in a file. Here. Oh, I only brought one copy. Is one copy enough for you guys?
We don't,
We don't need
we just look at.
Okay.
Which one's 112?
This not, this doesn't have the quantity. That's my neighbor.
Right.
So there's a way to show the whole picture.
It got destroyed in the upload.
But they were all together. I don't know why they're
Yeah, it
separate.
separates them.
I've stopped your time. So you
Yeah,
Okay, I
okay.
mean, I just don't know which one 112 is.
Well, they were all together.
Yeah, but like it even relabels them so they're not.
Well, I don't know, but that's screwed up. They were labeled by address.
Oh, hey, I got this one. Here you go. The one labeled 112 Front Street is a data sheet.
There are pictures in between.
16, 112, okay, 112 Front Street, pics 104.
Here it is.
This is 112, right?
Yes, that's 112.
Okay. So it's just these right here.
But I mean, there's like 10 pictures together. Is that correct?
There's a couple. It's 901 to
Yeah,
904.
okay. Can
There's
you
a,
make it where we see the whole picture? Do your page view?
that's gonna offer you to do 2 pages.
Like on a normal reader, you can make it squishy.
Yeah, this is not a normal reader.
Okay.
Microsoft
You can
Edge.
see it if you don't want to. That's the way it was supposed to come. So are they individual or are they all together?
It's like 2 or 3 pictures per
Okay.
file. There's a file size.
Let's do this top picture. This one up above. And I'll show you where we're at.
Okay. Make it a little
This
bigger.
is 112, empty lot. This is 15 Tomahawk. I'm 16, and this is 17. So if we're looking at the waterfront, it's all exactly the same. So that's my contention against the waterfront values. This guy's $10. He's got a wide lot. My neighbor and I are 20. We have narrow lots, 60-foot effective frontage. This is my other neighbor. This is an old picture. This has all been redone after Hurricane Harvey. And this is all effectively one lot, even though you have it broken down as 2 lots. This waterfront, and this waterfront, and even 172, which is down over here, all the same. Okay. So now scroll up. That's looking from the water. Scroll up. That's the waterfront. That's looking. Okay. And this is the one that is 109 a square foot. Keep going. You'll see how nice the house this is. Keep going. There you go. Look at this. Ooh. Keep going. I took a lot of pictures. There's his backyard. There is the carriage barn that's on the front.
It's Carlton's house.
Yes. Keep going. There's a view from the carriage barn and his house way back here. So it's a huge lot. And he is roughly 565 and I'm on 500. So you're saying my property is 65,000 less than this property? Okay. So that's the other one. I'll go to.
Okay, I gotta stop you for now. You'll have some more time later.
Well, the problem, the pictures weren't the way they need to be where
Well,
we
I
see
stopped
it.
it for a couple of minutes.
He can have my 2 minutes
Okay.
across. I won't need it.
All right, go ahead.
Can you go to 17 Tomahawk
Give me a minute.
pictures?
Suss out which one that is.
And the deal I pant, 17 Tomahawk. 17 Tomahawk is green. There's my green text. Here's the picture. This is the main. Anybody? We're all the same. Okay. Here's the main. If you flip through those, 17. Okay. Here's my property. Here's my neighbor. Here's I don't know if I know names. But this is Ferry's. So scroll up, this is the water view, now this is all the exact same, remember his is 15 square foot. Closer to ferries, this has all been connected back to Hurricane Harvey.
Yeah.
Okay, it's not two houses, well, it is, because this is the breezeway, but the roof line is continuous. Keep going up. So closer view, waterfront, just like mine's got rock. It's got a bulkhead on the further side, scroll up. So that's just view of further left, water view, keep going. There's this little metal building, okay, keep going. So his square foot on his house is 56 and 61, which is an average of $58 a square foot.
His is the same size as yours? That looks like.
No, it's huge.
I was
It's
gonna say,
huge.
well, that's the difference. Right
It's
there.
2 lots.
Yeah.
Well,
that's
yeah,
what-
but not 114 versus 58, 60. That's double mine. It's double of that.
Well, there is an economy of scale.
Well.
Okay, anyway, keep going.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm getting confused as you're running through this between the discussion about the land and the discussion about.
Well, I'm trying to cover both because y'all already cut me off on time. So I was gonna go through the land. My discussion about the land is that the waterfront varies from $10 a square foot to 15 on the 2 properties to 20 on my property. And it's all exactly the same. It should not be that much difference.
Well, okay.
Okay, so that's the one point. So I want to use the lesser, which is the Carrolltons.
He's got time.
I know, right.
Ray, you got 2 minutes.
Okay.
Let's go straight into our evidence package here. There's no need to worry about, I know everybody, I think, knows where we're at here, and what's under protest is Q2, so we'll go to equity. Equity, comparing the house, he's at 16 Tomahawk, or comp number 1 is 17 Tomahawk. It's a class 3 house compared to a class 5.
What does that mean? Can I ask questions?
If you it always works best if you just let me finish.
Okay,
Yeah,
no problem.
That's just kind of, works best. So class 3 house to a class 5, but a 3,600 square foot house to a 2,600 square foot house renders a value of $492. Has a very minor adjustment, but it does have an $80,000 adjustment for the land. The house next door has more land. 15 Tomahawk, which would be, I don't know, I guess on the other side, is a class 4 house, 1,200 square feet. Adjust out to $442. And then comp number 3 is on Front Street. It's a class 6 house. This is at 172 Front Street. I'm not sure how far down Front Street that is actually, but anyway, it's on Front Street. There's a land adjustment. It's got about the same square footage. I'm guessing that's the reason why it's in here. I should know. I'm the one that built the grid, but I don't know. But it's in there. Comes out to $488. And then 27 Neptune comes out to $507. It's a class 5 at 30, a little bit larger, 3,200 square feet. Median value is $490 on a house. We noticed it $494, showing that we're $4,000 high. The class situation there has to answer your question now, the class situation just has to do with the quality of the house.
How often do you revise that?
Well, we appraise every year.
But how often do you physically revise that value?
It depends. We do it, 1,000 a year.
So I don't know what class my neighbor is on 17.
Yeah.
And I don't think it's been updated because
Is this Ferry?
Yes.
Yeah, it probably has been.
You saw the pictures.
We know, it's a battle for us.
Okay.
You've got 2 guys, to be completely blunt with you, you've got 2 guys on both sides of you who have battled us over value. It's Ferry and Carlton. Both of these guys have battled us and that's okay. It's their right to do it. But I'm just letting you know that.
Well, I want to be the third one.
You're the third one,
Yeah.
you're jumping into the battle. Some of the stuff that has to do with land comparison is it's not super easy to compare by square footage values, the land that is large tracts, like 18,000 square feet tracts on Front Street versus the 8,000 or 9,000 square foot tract that that you own. There's gonna be an economy of scale mixed into that. It's gonna create, you know, a $15 and a $10 or a $20 and a $15. There's gonna be a difference on that whole economy of scale thing. But you should be able to compare Tomahawk. That we have to be able to prove to you. That's a very legitimate thing. If you have a beef with land values on Tomahawk, they should be able to be revealed to you. Like, we should be able to look at that and say, why is this, and this, that?
Well, then, my claim then is, okay, I'd rather have Carrollton's price of $10, even though it's exactly the same as mine, but wider.
And bigger, by quite a bit.
Yeah, but your waterfront only goes 150 feet back
Right.
for everybody.
Okay, let's get back on track here. So now you have 2 minutes for rebuttal.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
your 2 minutes.
If I have to go with what he says, then I think the minimum would be $15 a square foot. I don't know why a narrower property would be worth more than a wider. If it was me or anybody else that's buying property, the more waterfront you have, the more value it is, because you've got more access. So you're saying I can't use something on Front Street even though it's only 3 lots away?
I'm not saying you can't.
Okay, well, okay.
You certainly can.
So I'd like to be in the 15 or less range for my waterfront, which would seem fair, because my next door neighbor, Mr. Ferry, is paying $15 a foot. And he has 2 lots according to your, 2 lots though, according to your thing, it's segregated out as 2 lots.
Yes.
It's not 1 lot. If you look at your CAD deal, it's 2 lots, even though his house spans both lots now. And then my other issue, since I have very limited time, is my square foot cost is the highest of all of them. Now, you can't tell me that Carrollton house is less of a house than mine. And you can't tell me the Ferry house is that much less of a house than mine. Theirs is on slabs, mine's on stilts. Stilts are a liability because they rot out ultimately. Pilings, not stilts. And so my square foot cost is too high. So I'm saying I'm a little bit better than the house next to me, 15 Tomahawk, which has been redone during Hurricane Harvey. So I put my house value at 90. So bottom line, waterfront between 15 and 10, and house square foot 90, if I have to summarize it.
All right, so Ray, you got 1 minute for closing?
I don't have anything to say.
Okay.
Equity proves 490.
Yeah, but.
Okay, you got one.
Okay.
You got a minute to close.
Okay.
Any final thoughts?
Yeah, the number you had for Tomahawk 15, you had something 400. There on the CAD data, it showed it worth at 300, 299, 560. So I didn't understand that discrepancy. So Ferries is shown on the CAD information as 2 lots, which makes it very similar to mine, because his effective frontage is 59 on 1 lot and 59 on the other, and I'm at 62, so mine should be 15 at the most for waterfront. So to bring it in line, because like I said, my whole petition is based on properties that are, what is the deal? Value is unequal compared with other properties. His property is exactly right next to me. You can't say my waterfront is more when I'm 0 feet away from it. It's my next door neighbor.
It's our turn.
So your number is 380, 335, is that your number?
No, my total number is 494.
No.
Oh.
Your number that you would, your dream number. that
Oh,
you would
my
look
dream
at.
number? Well, my dream number changed, but if we use the $10 a square foot, my dream number would be 335. But on my original deal, I think that's what you're looking at.
Also has to be realistic.
Yeah, so it was, the number you're looking at was the $15 a square foot.
Amy, can we look at the
And the 236 for the home value.
the property card for 17?
Total bid.
17 time.
I gotta look. Let me
I
find
want
my
to
paper.
compare the.
I'm inundated with paper.
You need a calculator.
I have a summary somewhere. Here it is. My total that I put into that protest details on online was 380, 335.
Which segment are we gonna look at?
I want, is this the large lot or is this the one that's
This
the
is the
same
large
size?
lot, this is Ferry.
Okay, let's look at the one that's his size.
That's 15 Tomahawk, I believe.
Is it 15 Tomahawk?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, 17 Tomahawk ferries.
That was larger.
That's it right there. And it's 2 lots.
Okay, so there's gonna be a difference because of the size.
There's no size difference on the waterfront.
So you got 2 lots?
Well, I have 1 lot,
Okay, let me ask you
but
that.
ferries on the CAD detail is broken into 2 lots.
So let me ask Ray a question. Is this one of those parts of town that land is valued by the front foot or by the square foot?
Square footage.
The square foot, okay. All right.
So what is ferries per square foot on the
15.
waterfront?
Well, let's take a look. So,
Waterfront?
sure, waterfront. $20 with a 75% reland,
So it's 15.
so that's 15.
Okay.
And the same thing,
Same.
$20 with 15% reland, or with the, whatever I just said.
Waterview is $2 a foot for everybody.
So it's 15.
It's waterfront, there you go.
It's interesting here, remember I told you that we've been fighting.
I like that though.
You see, every one of the plan segments has an adjustment built into it. That's why that number, I just want you to know that number's different because there's an actual, it's actually 20. But his land segment has an adjustment and so does Carlton's.
Well, I would like that
Carlton has
adjustment.
an adjustment for cattails.
I had cattails until the
We
hurricane.
should have kept them because we'd be removing value today.
Well, I guess my main point is if you were in my shoes and I'm looking at the right and the left of me, one guy's paying $10 a square foot and I'm paying 20 and the guy right next to me is paying 15. And I don't know all this adjustment because all I see is what y'all print out on this.
So let me show you something just real quick. Eamon, will you open waterfront up? And then go to market value and go to the range. Detail, yeah, you're right, details and then range. See that 20 right there? The only way that the appraisal district would sort of just kind of have a great answer to everything you're saying is if we had a range built where we were saying at this square footage it's worth 20, at 12,000 it's worth 15, at 8, or it would be the other way around, but
Right, I understand
we're
what you're
laddered
saying,
down.
yes.
You see that schedule's not there. What's there is a physical adjustment inside Fiore's account. So we don't have a land table range. We're adjusting him to be less per square foot based on the fact that he has 2 lots. We're manually doing it, which is okay. It's just, appraisal wise, it's okay. It's not, there's nothing wrong with it appraisal wise, other than it would be easier for us to explain it the other way. But that's where we've arrived. I thought we were gonna look at it and see a land table, but we didn't. We saw an adjustment built into his account.
So how do I get that adjustment?
The board has to do it. I mean, I wouldn't do it. And we're in their time, really. I've already really kind of talked too much.
Well, I'm not a problem with time, but you guys, I know have more things. But like I said, again, my deal is I'm looking left and right of me, and there's such a discrepancy in the values when it's exactly the same waterfront. So whatever we can do, or whatever steps I need to take next to get that adjustment.
Which is the lot directly next to you? This one?
Yes, ma'am.
No,
that's
17,
his.
that's me.
17 is right next to you.
Yes, ma'am. And 15 is right.
Can we see 17?
That was 17.
That was 17 you were looking at.
This is
Yes, sir.
17, the double lot.
Double lot is, Ferry is a double lot, and then there's Hartman, and
Well,
he's right
what's
next to
right
it.
next to you?
Ferry's right next, if you're looking at the water, Gary Ferry's on my right, Steve and Ginger Harold's on my left, and then 3 blocks over is Steve and Tamara, Carlton. Carlton, is that how you pronounce her name? And he's at $10 a square foot. I don't know how y'all got that adjustment.
Well, that's the one where I'm telling you, I don't really want to
This-
debate
yeah.
Front Street land table.
This is the one that's, I'm here, so it's 1, 2, 3, 4 lots. And he's got, I guess, 2 lots. And he's $10 a square foot.
It's twice the size, almost a 20,000. And
It's
the
probably
cat.
less, probably not even.
So you're saying bigger is cheaper?
Can be.
Per square foot,
Per
yeah.
square foot.
It's like kind of counterintuitive, but.
It should be cheaper per square foot, but not cheaper, meaning like where you overlap some price where 15,000 acres is all of a sudden more expensive than 20.
Now, but you have to admit, on the square foot cost, if you look at this house compared to mine, and you look at the Ferry, this is a new picture, Ferry's house compared to mine, we're way off.
Yeah, and
There's reasons for that.
we're getting mixed up here between the improvement value and the land value.
Yes.
Stick on the land value, that's one thing.
Okay.
And then if we want to talk about improvement, we can do that as well.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Could we quickly look at the history on his property?
Sure.
I'm just. My eyes
It was built in 2011.
2020. Can you go? History. Can you go back any further?
We can go back to like 2004.
Okay. So.
Oh, are you looking for when the land value was set?
Yeah, well, the land value doesn't look like it's changed for a long time.
Since 2008.
So it's been that way for a long time. The land value.
Yes.
Okay.
But I can tell you the difference why I'm protesting now. Before, I was working, and now I'm retired.
Doesn't have anything to do with that.
No, I know, but that's why I'm sitting in front of you now.
Lifetime.
Yeah.
This is our time to discuss.
No, I understand, but I'm just telling you why I'm sitting here now. I can.
Thank you.
You know, it needs to be adjusted for the equity piece.
It's a slight adjustment.
Yes.
That was 490,
County can't prove
130,
it.
is that
Yeah.
right?
Yeah. You agree with that?
Bill?
Yeah, the 490, 130.
Yeah. Agree with that, Bill?
That's it?
That's it.
Well, that's just based on the CAD.
That's not based on the equity value.
Which would mean a slight rise in his property values. Think of what the market has done on UNMR in the last year.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't, the only thing protested was equity. If you were to factor in the.
I think he presented a very good case that his land value is much higher, well, slightly higher than his next door neighbor, and that should be taken into consideration in spite of the fact that the land didn't change from year to year.
Yeah, since 2008.
No, I get that. I get that.
Which it should be actually higher.
Should actually be lower.
More, I don't.
Yeah.
Well, it depends
Should
on
be
who you
$15.
think is, you know.
Should be at the $15 mark.
Well, we looked at
Why?
the property on one side, did we look at the property on the other side?
The other side's $20 a square foot, just like mine.
Just like yours.
Yes, ma'am. But they're also second home people. This is now my permanent
That
residence.
doesn't have anything to do with it.
Okay, yeah, well, but
Is it homestead? You do have a homestead, okay.
yes.
It's
So you'll
lower
get
on
that.
the other side because of the economy of scale. It's not too long.
But he's valued exactly the same.
Right.
Okay,
Small.
all right.
Okay.
I'm done.
All right. So I'm going to make a motion then on case ID 2021-1525, account number 65955. When considering Q2, the ratio exceeds the median level appraisal or the equity value, that we reduce the appraised value in 2021 from $494,490 to $490,000, $130,000.
Let's do that one more time. 490,000.
$130,000.
Wait a second.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, sir, that's your value. You will get something in the mail that indicates what we did here today. It will also give you information on how to pursue other options should you not agree with our decision.
Can I ask one question? I know we're done. This is informal, quickly. The gentleman over there, how do I get that reduction? How does that, you say that there's at 15 because they have a, I forgot the term.
Economy of scale. You buy the
No,
lot,
no,
it's
no,
not-
no.
It's the cat tails.
Oh. Well, that would make things simpler. Okay, no, he said there was a reduction in price because of not economy of scale, there was another term used.
It was because of the,
Besides them being a pain in the ass. There was another term, technical term for that.
But yeah, cattails. I thought it sounded like.
Yeah.
Is that just like-
on the land, it was economy of scale.
Right, because there's more of that than
The rest of
actual.
it was based on the appraisal of the other properties that we used these examples.
Thank y'all for your time.
Okay.
Thank you.
Still don't like it.
Thank you for your time. I think I got everything.
We're gonna have to. Thank y'all.
Oh,
Y'all do.
your
photographs.
You put too much work into that.
I did. And it got all screwed up, you know, it's a crappy system.
You're gonna need it again next year.
True.
I don't understand, but okay.
Feel the
I'm not
same
gonna
way.
say.
Government. Thank y'all.
What's the next number?
1935.
Couldn't agree more.
The adjustment, did I hear the word cattail?
Cattails is like the plant,
Is what?
the plant.
The plant.
The plant, yeah,
Yeah,
that's
so he had cattails in front of his,
the house.
okay, and that's what you were, okay. That's what that was about.
All right, everybody got it, 1935? It's gonna be on the phone.
Wait, I can't find it.
It's on page 7 at the bottom.
Should be the last one for the 130.
Woo-hoo, is that it?
For 130?
I thought all
no.
I saw was 130.
No, there's 3 and 3, it says.
No,
Is that
3
all?
o'clock should be pulled over, right?
Was it there earlier?
Not this morning, because I was pulling evidence over for
Okay,
the guy we
Let's
just
go.
had.
let's go, call him.
The number is.
Should be Evelyn.
1935, bottom of page 7.
Evelyn.
Effinger. I'm going with Effinger.
Hello?
Hello, is this Evelyn?
Yes, it is.
Yes, this is Kathy Hoffman with the Aransas County Appraisal Review Board. We're going to
Hi,
be
Ken.
going to be listening to your case today.
Okay,
Okay, if you'll bear with me for a few minutes, I have some information to read and then I'll ask you a couple questions and then we'll begin.
that sounds good.
Okay, thank you. We're opening the case on account number 2021-1935. Account number 66691. This is on 836 Rattlesnake Point Road. Okay, this hearing is being recorded. And what are we protesting?
Under protest is Q2 equity value.
Okay. Evelyn, we are the appraisal review board that will be hearing the protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent protest, an independent review of the protest. The protester has the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to the protester with our determination. In accordance with Tax Code Section 41.45H, all written materials assumed have been provided with this affidavit. Did you submit all of your material?
Yes,
You did. Okay, thank you. The ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing affidavits to that effect. And I will sign, I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Bill Duck, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
Oh, okay. Okay, Beverly, I assume that since you signed paperwork that you are under oath for the duration of this protest? You understand?
yes,
Yes, okay, thank you.
I read first to do solemnly swear under the testimony of shall possess you.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that last part. Say that again?
I, Ray Presley, do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board is true and correct.
Evelyn, I need to ask you if you hold a license or certificate from the Texas Appraiser Licensing and Certification Board.
No, I do not.
Thank you. Okay, do you have the page handy that shows the time limitations for how we're going to conduct this protest?
That has the, what, say again?
It has 2 columns with times on it.
The hearing procedure times page.
If you don't, it's okay. We'll just walk you through it.
Yeah, I had to flip to it. Yes, I just found it.
Okay.
Thanks.
Okay. You have the opportunity to choose whether you'd like to go first or whether you'd like the district to go first.
Well, that's a good one.
You're both going to speak, so you can either do it first or you can have the district go first.
Yeah, I think I'd like to hear what y'all have to say.
Okay.
Okay, this property is on Rattlesnake Point Road. It's sold in 2019 for $381 and has a market value of $404 in 2021. All right, and what's under protest is equity, right?
Yes.
Okay, so we'll go to equity here. The first comp is the next door property. Let's see here, comp next door, it's a 6FB also. It's a little bit bigger. And
Can you hear?
I'm sorry.
Evelyn, can you hear Ray?
A little bit.
Okay.
So the comp, we're looking at an equity grid. The comp next door is 838 Rattlesnake Point Road. It's also a class 6 house. It's slightly larger and a little bit newer build date or effective year. And it comes out to 410,033 when compared. There's, let me see here. What are the differences? Oh, it just reduces the value. It's pulling the value down a little bit. It's a little bit better than that. 812 Rattlesnake Point Road sold. Equity, this is equity. It's a 5FB and it's about the same size. Year's about the same. Comes out to 406,885. All right, and comps 3 and 4. One's on Bufflehead. It is a class 6. Years are about the same. Square footage is about the same. Comps out to 438. And 6FB on the last comp. It is on Bufflehead also. It's quite a bit smaller, 600 square feet smaller. Comps out to 395. Median equity value is 408. That's it.
Okay. So Evelyn,
Okay.
you have 2 minutes for protester cross-examination and then 5 minutes for your presentation. So I'll give you 7 minutes on the timer.
Okay, go now?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, great. Yeah, thank you first for hearing me, spending the time. If you got my facts, you may see what I've sent an MLS listing for the house next door that sold. Yes, the immediate house is 838 Rattlesnake Point that's next door. It sold last year, and y'all have it at a sale price of $418,500 on your comp sheet, which the MLS shows it sold at $389. And that I confirmed that with another realtor. So using that number as a starting place, 389, I saw that all of the real property, the dirt, for every lot there, which they're all the same size lots, y'all have it at $55,000. And so I try to do just an apples to apples comparison and use that house next door. If you take that $389,000, which is what it sold for last year, subtract the $55,000, then you're left with everything but the dirt, you know, the improvements and stuff. So that came to 334,000. It's a 220 or 2020 square foot house. Just doing the simple math into that, it made it 165 square foot for the improvements. So with that formula, it took that and used it, my house, which is 1868, 78, whatever it is, 1878, times that 130 or 165, and you add back in the 65,000, it seems reasonable that I should be in the 365 range for valuation. Again, I'm just trying to, I mean, it seems like a laydown comparison. It's the same builder, just a few years age difference. I've seen the floor plan, it's almost exactly the same, just a little bit bigger rooms. So anyway, that's what I think might be fair, and that's why I think it should be fair.
Okay, is there anything else you want to add? You still have a couple of minutes left.
No, I guess that's it. I don't know why the comps they all have, it shows the sales price that's higher than it's actually sold for. I guess that's the basis of a lot of calculations also.
I'm kind of curious, Ray, I don't see a sales price on your comp equity grid.
Yeah, we don't have any on there.
Okay, that's.
It shows under the sale date, there's a sale price of 418.5.
That's on the sales market. You protested equity. Evelyn, you protested, you picked equity, appraisal ratio exceeds median level, which is an equity argument, meaning.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you. Sorry.
That's okay. He's moving closer to the phone.
There's an annoying thing happening right now where when you protested for equity, meaning we're not treating you equitable amongst your neighbors. You didn't actually protest what you're arguing, which is a market, you're actually arguing market value. You're picking out a sale, which we appreciate that you gave us an MLS document. We don't normally get them. It's sold for way under list, which we wouldn't have been able to, we would have never been able to guess that it's sold under list. Most things at that time were selling at 93% of list. So we would have never been able to figure that out. So that's great. However, it's not part of the equity protest. Where are we at on the time?
It's still her time.
I'm sorry, yeah, go for it.
Anything else, Evelyn?
No, I mean, I just feel like it's simple math. I don't know what else to say, sorry.
Okay. All right, Ray, then you have 2 minutes for cross-examination and 2 minutes for rebuttal if you need them. Okay. Evelyn, you have 2 minutes more for rebuttal if you need them.
I'm good, thank you.
Okay. Ray, you have anything in closing?
I have a question for Evelyn.
Okay.
Evelyn, do you think, you with your 365 number, I think that you said, would it be fair to say that you're saying now that your house is worth less than what you paid for it in 19? Based on the one comp?
Well, when I bought the house, I bought it fully furnished. So there was a lot of extra cost in there because of all the furnishing.
Okay.
So that's possible.
Okay, all right.
What did you pay for?
Like 380, something like that.
300.
Yeah. And she's and her number is 365.
based on the market sale next door. Our number at the appraisal district is whatever that equity grid says.
Yeah, your equity grid is above her assessed value, so you.
So, yeah, that's it.
Okay. So Evelyn, you have 1 minute then to tell us any other final thoughts or anything you want to tell us?
I respect your time and appreciate your listening to me, so I'm hoping, I'm hoping you help me out here. I saw that in 1 year's time, 19 to 20, I guess it was, it went up almost $100,000, and I missed the deadline to protest for that last year, so hoping for a break. That's it, sorry.
Okay. I'm not seeing anything here.
I feel a little bad that we saw sales spaces for the next door house.
Yeah.
You?
But even if we were considering the sales grid, which
I know, I don't know.
it's supported, so.
Yeah, this checking the box thing, check all boxes that's just, that's so aggravating that they put too many boxes in this.
Some people don't know what that means.
Well, I mean, who would? I mean, you don't live this stuff day in, day out. I don't know what to say either. I don't know what to say either.
Wouldn't make any difference in this case.
Well, if the median value on sales would have probably changed.
On sales, they're.
Because she's got.
Yeah, but he's got the wrong figure.
Well, no, I know it.
The district has the wrong number.
I know.
That would have all
Still,
changed.
It was.
That would have all changed. Based on new evidence, that would have changed.
If we do something like taking somewhere in between, or can we not take that number into consideration?
On appeal.
Give me 1 second, I'm still scrutinizing the equity grid. Ray, the difference between 838 and 836 on the class line where the comp added in 4,700, is that because of the actual bill year? Because the effective year is actually less in the subject, which you did take out. So you added 47 and then took out 73. I'm trying to figure out where the 47 came from.
That 4707 has to do with the difference in the schedule of price per square foot for the building size. It's in a matrices, and so it's saying this one here needs a little bit extra value in it.
It's like 200 square feet.
To compare.
Roughly, yeah.
Okay. Thanks. I can't rationalize it here.
All right. So I'm going to make a motion then on case ID 2021-1935, account number 66691. When considering Q2, appraisal ratio exceeds the median level of appraisal or the equity value, that the 2021 appraised value remain at $404,030.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, Evelyn, you'll get some information in the mail with our decision, which you just heard. And there'll be information along with that will give you information how to proceed if you are not happy with this and we should take it further in terms of getting another opinion.
Okay, did I hear right? Did you say you're wanting to say, go ahead,
It remains the same, your appraised value.
the same as last year?
No.
What do you mean this?
The same as this year.
404,030 is what you were assessed at for this year. And we
Oh,
left,
wow.
we left it at that number.
Can I ask why, or is that something that comes in the mail to me?
Yeah, well, it'll give you this number, but what you protested was median level or equity, which does not take into account
Market.
value. Market value. This is a point here, if you should decide to proceed in the future, in another year, you might consider checking the box for incorrect appraised market value
And equity.
and equity.
Okay, I'm not following you at all on that. What do you,
I'm saying nothing we can do, our decision is final today on the value that
Right.
is going to
no, I'm
stand.
sorry, when you said check a box, what,
I'm saying,
can you expound on that a little bit?
should you proceed in the future, like next year, and you want to dispute the value of your assessed value, when you fill out the forms, you might want to check in Q1, which is incorrect appraised market value. There are two different values we look at. One is market value and one is equity value. And you just check equity value.
I just pulled up my affidavit. I checked the value is unequal compared to other properties.
Correct.
Correct.
Right, each door property.
And that is equity, not market value.
You should have checked the first box and the second box.
So that's all we can.
Wow.
That's all we can do for you at this time, but you will get information in the mail about how you might want to proceed if you decide to dispute the value that we are keeping under property.
Okay, it's, so semantically, you're saying if I had checked that other box that says incorrect appraised, we might not have the same outcome?
In this case, we probably would have.
Okay, thank you very much for participating, and you will get the information in the mail.
Okay.
Thank you.
One letter.
We have a letter.
And then we can go? Or do we have 3 o'clock?
We have 3.
But yeah, you have to wait until after the 15 mark.
Oh, okay. Okay, this was received today, and it's dated 6/28/21, and it pertains to property ID 14572, 521 Mac Road. Addressed to the board, I am writing this letter
No, it's actually, sorry.
to your review board, asking for the board to grant another hearing on behalf of me and my husband concerning property.
Nobody's listening. I want to start over again.
Read the donuts and playing Pac-Man.
I'm writing this letter to your review board, asking for the board to grant another hearing on behalf of me and my husband concerning property ID 14572 at 521 Mac Road. We did not realize that we were supposed to appear on 6/24/21 and would have had we known. Apparently, the notice that was sent to us was deleted inadvertently from my email address. I'll keep reading. When I received the one on 6/24/21 saying the case was closed because of a no-show, I immediately sent a notice via your website asking for another hearing so that we could state our case without the huge increase in appraised value. We have owned the property for many years now, and the value has remained the same all these years, and now has increased tremendously for the year 2022. We have made no improvements on the property. In fact, it is more overgrown now than in the past. I can take pictures to show you this. We ask that you please reopen this protest and let us defend our case. Thank you for your time, John and Barbara Rawls.
So they're saying they missed the date because they didn't read their email, or email went someplace else or something.
Deleted spam.
Deleted it.
Deleted.
It says electronic correspondence.
And you just set for electronic?
Yeah, I was checking while y'all were talking here, and this was an online protest, and they did check the box for electronic correspondence, so that's how they choose to receive notices.
All right. I would say. Anybody else? Okay. So I'm gonna make a motion then on property ID 14572, that we not grant the Rawls a protest because they failed to show good cause.
I second.
All those in favor?
Aye. Okay.
And don't forget the.
Okay.
And so, the 3 o'clocks,
It was all one agent and nothing.
on one
They didn't
agent.
send anything, nobody's called.
So we
They, I
stop,
mean, they could walk in the
show up
door.
in the next 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Well, wait.
So 5 minutes, guys. I'll be back and let you know.
Yeah, you should wait 5 minutes,
Yes, sir.
just to make sure.
Thanks for bringing breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
I wish you hadn't.
Sorry.
Did you see it?
I didn't eat any of it. It's tempting.
Diet.
We're trying to keep, wasting away to nothing. Throw peppermint patties at you, and throw those away, and I could vouch the chocolate covered. I didn't even know until I saw you come back in.
Yeah, we're gonna wait till 3:15. Oh, pigs in the blankets.
Yeah, we've got these aren't jalapeno, I don't like the jalapeno. We've got some jalapeno ones and regular.
Yeah, I have. For cheap, go to lunch if we have some time. Should I have so much time today? My sister-in-law, apparently I adopted my wife's sister as well. Somehow I got tasked with taking care of all of the cars. We have cars and boats, just lots of things. So it brought to my attention with her.
How many are you talking?
I think there's 6 cars. Well, I had a bunch of cars, but Harvey took care of most of them. So, yeah. The short version is I found out yesterday. Her daily driver, the license plate expires, or the tag, the sticker expires June 30th. So now that's my responsibility to deal with.
Yeah, when
I lined up my son to go get the thing inspected after he got home at noon from the school, he works at school in summers. But then we're out of here at 10 o'clock, 10:15 or whatever.
Yeah.
So it's like, give him a break. I mean, I'm always getting, my kid is really good. You ask him to do something, he is not a typical kid. Of course, he's 20 now. He's fixing to be 21. He's an adult.
Okay.
But ever since he was a little kid, he said the groceries in the car when you bring them up, I never once have ever gotten, oh, man.
Yeah.
He just hops up and goes and helps. And if I need some work out in the yard, if I need some help doing something, hey, will you help me? Sure. So he'll pop up and go do it. This is great.
Yeah.
I don't know what I did, but this kid's, I mean, very helpful. So, you know, he, when he woke up at 7 o'clock this morning to go to work, 20-year-old. I said, would you take your aunt's car to go get the state inspected? I am. So at 10 o'clock, he's like, you were right. And so I went over to the school, called, give me your keys. I'm gonna leave my car here. I'll take your car. I'll get it state inspected. You don't have to, my son, you don't have to do it. Just bring your keys. Got in the car, checked the glove box to see if the insurance card was in there. Expired 10 days ago.
Oh, dear.
So then I called back. Got a new card? No. So you didn't, not my son.
No, they come in the mail, normally.
No, Geico gives you the option. Somebody check the box. You know, paper. Did it download it? No. What's your password? I don't know.
Is this for your son's car?
No, this is my
my wife's 70-something-year-old sister.
This older
you know
sister,
her,
oh,
you
yeah.
know. Who's very bright. She's a global director for the largest bank in the world.
So, yeah.
She traveled, I mean, she lived in Hong Kong, she lived in London, she lived in Manhattan. So bright. Did you download your? No. So went to her bedroom, found her laptop, hacked her password, went into her Gmail.
Who's it?
My sister.
Your sister, okay.
It's probably there, right?
You know, I was just trying to be a nice guy. We'll get out of here at 10:15. I have tons of time to do stuff. 10:15 and 1:30. I didn't realize being a hacker was going to be part of that. So I hack into her stuff. I had to go to our home to get to the printer to print the stuff off. I printed it off. I went to Minuteman.
Yeah.
As soon as I walked in the door, well, I'm going to lunch now. I've got 30, 45 minutes. Are you kidding me? But I'm not going to get up the line. So, yeah, I left all that stuff. Went next door. Tommy Moore has the, next door to Minuteman. Tommy Moore's renting golf carts and selling golf carts.
Yeah.
Cool. New ones. So I went in and sat in Tommy's office and bothered him for about 30, 45 minutes with some chat. We used to hang out a lot. So anyway, we hung out for a little while and I went next door. They saved me.
Took up your whole time.
Then I came down here to the tax office to get a sticker for it. I had to wait in line because between 12 and 2, they got lunch too. So we were on the scale.
And where was Paul?
She works at the middle school. She has this little gig that she started doing. She and Cindy both working at the school. Cindy.
We also do here.
Waiting for
317 now.
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah.
When she volunteers, that's, oh, we done?
Yep.
Y'all are free.
Hurry. So I move that we close today's hearing.
All in favor?
I second.
Aye.
Aye. Good job, Kathy.